Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. For those with us here physically and for those with us online, thank you for joining the second day for our summit, CPF. Just a little remark prior to allow my colleague Sulaim to introduce the sessions and the agenda for the second day. I would really encourage everyone to take the chance and opportunity to ask questions that will benefit on your day-to-day business. So we have experts from around the world, experts from the industry being with us today in the session. And we look forward for a fruitful engagement, inshallah. And I would also recommend to think of a question that will benefit everyone because we are from different jurisdictions maybe, but I would say let's focus on if a question from financial institution, how it will benefit to other colleagues from financial institutions, similarly for the DNFBPs and VASP, to make it educational awareness so that we can build more knowledge in that realm, inshallah. So thank you very much again, and I will allow now my colleague Sulaim to deliver the agenda for today. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation welcomes you to the second day of the Proliferation Financing Summit. The agenda of today's sessions can be viewed by scanning the barcode in front of you. And for those who were not around yesterday, we would like to bring to your attention that the workshop will be conducted in English. So if you need any translation, please make use of the headsets available in the back. And if you are viewing online and need the translation, please access the interpretation button at below your screen. But make sure to pause the video before changing the language. حضورنا الكرام، ستقدم ورشة اليوم باللغة الإنجليزية، ويمكن لضيوفنا الحاضرون باستعمال السماعات اللي موجودة في.
This is just a reminder that translation is available, because the workshop will be held in English mainly.
أو يستعملون الترجمة اللي هم حابينها، لكن تأكدوا أن الفيديو يوقف قبل ما تغيرون الترجمة. Now, without further delay, we will start today's summit with Dr. Naomi on a session with abusing FIs and DNFBPs on proliferation financing.
Good morning, everyone. I must remember not to fall over when I walk down those steps. I'm not going to lie, this is exactly what I was thinking as I was climbing up those steps with my heels. So what I want to talk to you about today is the proliferation finance and the abuse that is typically observed within financial institutions and within DNFBPs. Now, I think this will not come as a surprise to a number of you, but I will be spending a bit more time on DNFBPs because I feel that there's a real need of focus. There is a real gap on the part of some policymakers when it comes to PF and DNFBPs. And I think, I've been talking to a number of you, and you have been extremely generous with some of the issues that you've also identified within the industry, some of the areas that should warrant more research, more investigation, and more inquiry. So thank you very much, and I really invite the rest of you in the room who haven't already to come forward and share your concerns, because as I said, I'm always sort of have this sort of dual cap of a consultant on one hand, but researcher on the other, and I'm always very, very thirsty to hear about concerns and issues that we can really focus on as a wider industry. So Often I start my presentations to individuals who do not have the skills and knowledge that a number of you have in the room. And as I say, when I'm looking at proliferation finance, I'm more the finance in proliferation finance than the proliferation. So a number of you know exactly what those dual-use goods are, what they do, what they're called, and some actually don't. And I'm not going to lie, I know that those are dual-use goods. Would I be able to tell you exactly within which category they fall under, what their exact names are? No. But that is not important. This is not what I've been hired to do here. My question is actually, how do you actually get from this to that? Or this? And the way you go about it is, of course, through the financing of proliferation. So what are the objectives of proliferation financiers? Ultimately, what the intermediaries need, what the financiers need, what the brokers need is to purchase goods, is to finance, is to purchase trades, is to access to banking facilities, is to access DNFBP services in order to support their programs of proliferation. And what they need is, of course, the money, they need the know-how, they need the operational support, they need a network of financiers, they need access to the private sector, of course, and they need to be able to purchase sensitive and dual use as well as military goods. And as individuals who work in the field of CPF, of counter-proliferation finance, our job, of course, is to make their job difficult. And yesterday, a number of my colleagues here, Alberto, Ahmed, went through the stages of proliferation finance, typically, and how actually proliferation finances go about supporting WMD programs. We know that there is the stage of, fundraising activities that are what you would normally traditionally consider as legitimate, such as, for instance, the export of textile, such as the export of seafood. But the moment you have a nexus with a state actor, of course, in the context of PF, it is illegitimate. You want to be able to move the funds, and this is something that we haven't quite explored over the last day, but perhaps we will spend more time today exploring this through underground banking as well as traditional banking, through the casino industry. I discussed that yesterday when I was talking about organized crime, cross-border smuggling of cash, of gold, and other high-value goods. And of course, then comes the procurement side of things. But as I said, I'm not here today to talk about the procurement side. So why are financial institutions vulnerable? I'd be very, very surprised if none of you know that. But ultimately, institutions are vulnerable because they seek to, they're providing access to broad financial products and services that, of course, financiers are after. They're providing access to banks in countries, in foreign countries as well as your own countries. They are providing access to correspondent banking services, and ultimately they're also providing access to US dollars. And if you look at the national risk assessment that was issued by the United States earlier this year, or should I say the PF national risk assessment, sorry, this quote is particularly impactful. Ultimately, it was identified that a significant volume of global illicit procurement or sanctions evasion occurred in US dollars and transited through US bank accounts. So, moving on to DNFBPs and why that is relevant to DNFBPs, let's take a step back and let's quickly talk about what are DNFBPs. And this will, I'm very aware that the transition is a bit brusque, but bear with me. This will become relevant later on. So the FATF defines DNFBPs as comprising dealers in precious metals and stones, the real estate sector, casinos, as well as gatekeeper services such as lawyers, TCSPs, and accountants. Now, why is it that I'm talking here about the definition of DNFBPs? Is because you have different jurisdictions, different region will consider some entities as falling under the DNFBP regime, whilst others will not. So for instance, earlier this year, I was in Brazil working on a CPF project, and what I found out was that in Brazil, the cattle industry, or entities involved in the cattle industry, are actually considered as DNFBPs, because cattle is a luxury, high-value good. Now I'm a bit of vulnerability here. I love steak, I love beef, and I will agree with that. Brazilian beef is definitely a high-value good. So I wasn't surprised when I was told that DNFBPs and cattle industry basically fall within the same remit. Or if you're looking at the EU, for instance, earlier this year, the AML regulation was passed, where from 2029 onwards, EU football agents, as well as professional football clubs, will be brought under the DNFBP regime. So again, that is quite an interesting insight as to the way different jurisdictions are defining and considering DNFBPs. What I want to attract your attention to here is that ultimately, if you're looking at a piece of work that was published by Sasha Erskine a couple of years ago, she looked at a number of different mutual evaluation reports, UN panel of expert reports as well, and she identified that a number of high-value good dealers, whilst not being part of the FATF's definition of DNFBP, actually has found itself at the very, very heart of sanctions evasion. So, of course, pushing the argument and the narrative that we should consider expanding the remit of DNFBPs. Again, this is something I will touch upon a bit more later on today. So the question is the following: why are DNFBPs vulnerable? They are vulnerable because they enable large, high-value transactions, high-value goods. They offer investment advantages. They provide facilities for obscuring the true source of funds, as well as the UBO, the ultimate beneficial owner. They are vulnerable because ultimately they provide an entrance into the traditional financial sector, the traditional banking sector, which is of course highly prized by proliferators, because ultimately the goods that they're seeking to purchase are goods that sit within the private sector, that are completely legitimate and that need to be accessed via the traditional sector. They enable the layering through complex transactions. They enable also, some of the DNFBPs enable the creation of complex legal structures, which again, as we know, is absolutely fundamental when it comes to the obfuscation of who the ultimate beneficial owner is. So with that in mind, you can see that on the right-hand side of this slide, you can see where different DNFBP actually can become in turn vulnerable to financiers and proliferation finance. Those are the touch points. So for instance, if you're looking at the art, typically in a number of jurisdictions, including in Europe, art is not audited. It is not tracked. It's actually very, very easy to exchange hands. Real estate, it's owned by trusts. It's owned by complex company structures. And actually, in my younger days, I will not say how many much younger, I used to spend a great deal amount of time in Gibraltar unpacking those complex structures to really, really understand who the UBO was. And, I've gotten my hands dirty, and I can really tell you how complex and how time-consuming this is. Something else as well that I want to highlight, when we're talking about the real estate sector, we often tend to omit in our conversation that North Korea is involved in the construction business, in the property development business. So this leads to the sale of those properties, which of course leads to the earning of proceeds for that very state actor. And we will see later on that also rental income is a way to raise revenue for the state actor. So this is a case that I will briefly touch upon. This is a case that was in the French National Risk Assessment when it comes to PF. And it's a case of a PEP, a politically exposed person, named Kim Soo-Gwang. And Kim Soo-Gwang is an agent for the RGB, the North Korea's Reconnaissance Bureau. And he was designated by the UN. Now, this individual actually owns a property in Rome and owns property in Paris. And what happened is that his rental income was of course paid to Mr. Kim Soo-Gwang by the real estate company that he had hired to manage his property. Once that individual was designated, the rental income was first paid to Mr. Gwang's spouse, but of course the associated individuals meant that this was no longer possible. And the assets were then frozen. But Mr. Gwang instructed the real estate company to send the rental income to a French national who was at the time residing in China. So the issue is that France did not actually fully enforce the asset freeze on the rental income, and it closed the bank account, but the rental income wasn't frozen and was actually sent to that individual that had been designated by Mr. Gwang as the person who should be receiving the rental income. So ultimately, we are literally facing a case of sanctions violation in this case. So the question, of course, is, well, you know, what went wrong? Mr. Gwang was actually a sanctioned diplomat. He clearly was a PEP because of his role in the North Korean Reconnaissance General Bureau. And the individual who was receiving those payments, this French national who was receiving those payments, was based in China, which is a known country of proliferation finance diversion. And what is to note as well is that this French individual had not submitted any customer due diligence to the rental company. So ultimately in this case, clearly the real estate simply did not comply with its requirement, with a legal requirement when it comes to sanctions violation and the prevention of sanctions violation. So this ultimately leads me to the following slide. It is all about the due diligence. So to give you a little bit or a quick and dirty sort of background here, when it comes to DNFBPs and customer due diligence, recommendation 22 is the pertinent recommendation with regards to the expectations for customer due diligence as well as record keeping for DNFBPs. Similarly, recommendation 20 and 21 really explain what the requirements are in relation to the submission of SARs, which is absolutely fundamental, and we talked about this yesterday. And in terms of the customer due diligence, going back to recommendation 22, we know that it is absolutely fundamental. Now, you have to bear with me here because I'm trying to do in an hour what normally takes a couple of days, but there's so many themes that I want to touch upon that you need to excuse here my eagerness and my excitement. So when we're looking at customer due diligence, we obviously want to talk about the purpose of the relationship. It's fundamental to understand the purpose of the relationship. It is fundamental to understand the business sector in which your client is operating. You need to understand what your client's likely behavior is going to be, what the expected activity is likely to be, and whether the salary is aligned to said activity. You want to understand the source of wealth. You want to understand the source of funds. And you want to really assess your client's geographic activity and your client's geographic exposure. And interestingly enough, yesterday I had someone reach out via LinkedIn who had attended the online event and who was asking me questions around enhanced due diligence. And very, very pertinent question actually about the intricacies of when is it that you're applying customer due diligence and when is it that you're required to apply enhanced due diligence. And it's not always that straightforward, as I'm sure a lot of you know in the room. Something as well that often comes up is the outsourcing of KYC, the outsourcing of customer due diligence. Ultimately, you need to remember that you cannot outsource your risk. So really, it falls on your shoulder. And going back to actually what was discussed yesterday, you need to understand your clients, you need to understand their suppliers, their buyers, their trading partners, whether there's any involvement in WMD technology, in dual-use goods, in nuclear technology, in the defense industry, really understanding the whole end-to-end supply chain. And you need, and that was discussed yesterday, that was raised yesterday, to screen all parties involved, no matter what. And of course, open source intelligence research is key, as well as adverse media screening is key. Going back very quickly to open source intelligence, it's always fascinating to see how some individuals or some criminals sometimes sort of fail the basics, where they have a LinkedIn profile for their company, but there's only one employee, 2 connections. So ultimately, you do not have to always be a seasoned investigator in order to get what you need to get from open source data. And going back to the Eocn's institutional risk assessment guidance, in there you have different customer risk scoring questionnaires, one for VASPs, one for financial institutions, but one as well for DNFBPs, that whilst not necessarily capturing the intricacies of your specific business, it is nonetheless a very useful tool to kickstart your risk scoring and to be able to really assess the risk associated to a client or to a customer. But this is all very well, this is all very well, and this is really what I want to talk about here, which is why I rushed slightly, and my apologies. There are challenges, unsurprisingly. The first challenge is, are we actually capturing all the entities that should be captured? You'll remember earlier on in the presentation, I talked to you about the cattle industry in Brazil, what the EU is seeking to do when it comes to football clubs. What is it in the UAE, for instance? What is it in Jordan? What is it in France that we are not capturing and that we should be capturing? But then the other question is, do we want to capture everything there is to capture? Do we have the capacity? Do we have the enforcement capacity? Do we have the supervisory capacity? So that's another question, and that's another challenge. And something else as well, especially when it comes to DNFBP, not as clear-cut as what you would have, let's say, in traditional banking. When does the relationship with the client start? When does the relationship with the client end? And just to give you an example, a couple of years ago, I went to visit a house in Luxembourg. I was seeking to purchase a property there. The estate agent who made me visit the house actually asked for a copy of my passport, which I thought was a bit surprising. I was simply visiting a house. There was no exchange of money. There was no business relationship being established there. So, when does the relationship start? So, we have a lot of different challenges, and some of those challenges include identifying proliferation finance. We have talked about this at length yesterday, or at least I have talked about this at length yesterday, and banks confirm it. The PF typologies share a number of different elements that are similar to what you traditionally observe in money laundering typologies. It is hard for risk practitioners to spot the difference. Teams and controls typically operate in silos, and that's something that I often say, that ultimately you'll have your different specialist teams operating on different floors, but criminals do not operate on different floors. They're very, very good at finding symbiosis, right? You'll never find a criminal that goes, nah, I specialize in human trafficking. I don't really do drugs. Or nah, actually, I specialize in money laundering through casinos. I will not be dealing with human trafficking. That is not how it happens. As I was saying yesterday, there's no memorandums of understandings with criminals. So again, that's an issue. And also, another element as well that is a challenge is that ultimately we are looking at stopping dual-use good material from circulating. But someone like me who used to work in an institution, we don't really have the expertise for this. As I said, I came clean at the start of this presentation. I showed you pictures of dual-use good, and I said, I know they're dual-use good, but that's it. That's as far as my knowledge goes. And I like to believe that I'm not the only one in the AML spectrum, in the CPS spectrum, who actually thinks that way, or is comfortable enough to come forward and really expose their vulnerability to tens and tens of people. But that is really pertinent, because how far is this expertise expected to go? As a risk practitioner, what is it that you need to, there are so many things that you need to be cognizant of, that you need to keep your training on. So how far are you expected to go? So with this in mind, what I wanted to do in the context of a piece of work I conducted with Houthi, I looked at the different challenges that, that the banking industry faces when it comes to counter-proliferation finance and sanctions control. I conducted and I led this piece of research with a research fellow, Bushra Al-Sanchak, and we identified a number of elements which are pertinent to the DNFBP industry, but also, of course, clearly pertinent to the financial institutions, because this is, that was the focus of our research. But just to give you a bit of background as to why we're very keen to launch this piece of work, we knew that financial institutions are operating in an increasingly complex sanctions landscape. And I think that's an understatement. We know that the ecosystem is actually getting wider and wider with financial institutions, with the DNFBPs, but of course, VASPs increasingly falling under the supervisory remits across the world. And of course, with more and more adoption of crypto. And we know that there is a number of different heterogeneous domestic legislation and non-uniform implementation across the globe when it comes to CPF. So that's why we felt that there was a clear need for this piece of work. So what is it that we identified? The first point that we identified is that there is a disconnect between regulatory expectations and practical implementation. And interestingly enough, one of the individuals that we interviewed said, and I think that's a beautiful quote, that individual said, regulators have cloud-based expectations that simply do not match financial institutions' challenges. So for instance, harmonized system screening, that is an issue. A number of supervisors believe that HS codes are reported in all trade documents that financial institutions review. That is not the case. It is also extremely challenging to determine which code should be assigned to a specific product. And I must say that some of the individuals I was interviewing in the context of that piece of work are actually dual-use good experts who are actually telling me it is actually quite hard. So going back to the point I was making in the previous slide, how far is our expertise expected to go? And so that really brings me to the final point on this slide, which is this unrealistic degree of expertise across the hundreds of thousands of different product types that are produced around the world. Because for you to be able to resolve an alert, you need to have that expertise. And that, of course, comes back to this challenge. So another point as well that was made was in relations to small to mid-sized financial institutions that actually, because of limited resources, find themselves having to perform manual screening against their lists that constantly need updating. So again, when you have limited resources to invest in sanction screening tools, that is very much an issue. And another point, and we discussed this yesterday as well very briefly, is the lack of practical regulatory guidance and support for interpreting the increasingly complex sanctions regulation. So some of the questions yesterday were in relations to the prohibitions under Resolution 2231, whether it was still applicable, whether it wasn't applicable. A lot of debates a lot of questions were raised around this. And similarly, when you're looking at, for instance, the EU sanctions package with regards to Russia, incredibly complex. So that was something that was very much raised by the different interviewees who were very kind enough to let us interview them. And of course, the other challenge is around implementing unilateral sanctions. So for instance, if you're based in a jurisdiction that has not adopted unilateral sanctions, but as an institution, because you have a relationship, for instance, with a correspondent banking relationship with a US bank, you need to abide by OFAC rules. So what do you do when you log a SAR? What do you do when you freeze the accounts? How do you manage that relationship with your FIU? How do you manage that relationship with your supervisor? So this was something that was raised by a number of different SMEs that we interviewed across a number of different countries. Another element as well that was raised was the limited data access and limited data quality. Ultimately, the first case in point that was raised was the issue around beneficial ownership registries. There's a real issue around this. And ultimately, there's no consistency across the different jurisdictions when it comes to the methodology for identifying beneficial ownership. In some jurisdictions where I've worked, actually, it's for financial institutions to ensure that the beneficial ownership registry is up to date, is complete and accurate. Which of course is almost like a catch-22 because then financial institutions are using this registry in order to validate the UBO. So you can see that there's a clear conflict of interest there. Again, data quality in trade documentations, you know, the goods descriptions that are available on bills of lading actually are vague. And this is something that financial institutions on day-to-day activities need to deal with, need to face. The correlation of description with HS codes actually is limited. And something else as well that came up a lot in the conversations was the data availability for open account transaction screening. And actually someone came forward and said, actually, if we can, we try to avoid open account trades. There are no adequate controls, and it's actually simply too much risk for us. It very much sits outside of our risk appetite. Something else that I must say I was surprised with, but that came up by a number of different, through a number of different SMEs, was limited subject matter expertise. And the root cause, I'm not sure what they are. I must say that wasn't within the scope of my research. Is it that there's an over-reliance on screening tools? A lot of money being spent on screening tools, which means that you end up having inadequate investment in high-quality recruitment or in high-quality training? I don't know. I'm just putting it out there. It's for you to tell me that that's not it. Is it that there is this erroneous belief that ultimately sanctions, implementations, and CPF is simply about screening against a list, and this is it? I mean, sure, that was the case, you know, many years ago when I started, but it's not the case anymore. I don't know. I don't know what the root cause is. But ultimately, a number of SMEs, say that there's a lack of knowledge of export control regimes, of dual-use good items. And again, you know, the question is, how far should the training go? Can we get funding for that training? That is a challenge. And another point that was interesting as well is this inconsistency in the knowledge of screening tools, in the calibration and the tuning of screening tools. We would interview some individuals in organizations, and I must say the level of sophistication and understanding was outstanding. And then you would have another interview with another SME in another jurisdiction, another institution, and that was less the case. It was almost worrying, if I'm being perfectly honest here. Another point as well, it's the limited understanding of the algorithm of those tools, you know, and the data matching process. No one really knows what happens in this black box, right? You know, a lot of institutions were really unable to go to their supervisor and say, right, I actually really know what's happening in this black box. And being the person that I am, I thought, well, okay, well, what's going to happen, you know, when we have this sort of full-on adoption of AI? You know, if we really are struggling with those algorithms, what are we going to do when AI is fully adopted? So again, food for thought. And I've spoken about this operational split within banks, the operational split of controls. Could it be that we could have a more aligned symbiosis between sanction screening, transaction monitoring, between the trade finance team, the fraud team? Would that help? I don't know, but that's definitely something that we should consider. Leveraging one another's experience, data, processes. And the final point when it came to that research was in relation to actually proliferation finance and sanctions risk assessments. Again, the inconsistencies we observed across different financial institutions were not surprising, but shocking nonetheless. So you have some financial institutions that perform no institutional PF risk assessment whatsoever. You have others that use a customer risk scoring questionnaire similar to what I've shown you earlier in the presentation. And as far as they're concerned, this is sufficient for their PF risk assessment. You have others that actually include their PF risk assessment in their enterprise-wide risk assessment. And other institutions that perform targeted risk assessments on top of their EWRA. So really, you have a wide array of different expertise and knowledge and best practice when it comes to risk assessments here. So definitely room for improvement in that regards, for us to really encourage financial institutions and DNFBPs to really move forward with their institutional risk assessment. So it's all very well, it's all very good. I promised you at the start of the conversation that I'll be really focusing on DNFBPs, and so far I've been speaking mostly about FIs, but I'm getting there. My question is the following. So if financial institutions struggle, not all of them struggle, but a number of them struggle, what hope is there for DNFBPs? Ultimately, DNFBPs have a number of challenges that they are facing. For instance, they're not always invited to the table. You have a number of public-private partnerships, no DNFBPs around the table. So that's an issue. Another issue as well is the compliance culture. Because sometimes, when you're working in a DNFBP, you can be the MLRO, you can be the HR guy, you can be the ops manager, and you can be the admin. You have multiple caps. At what point are you able to actually build this expertise that I've been talking about for the last 30, 40 minutes? You need to be able to understand the risk of secondary sanctions, the risk of circumvention, the risk of sanctions evasion. At what point are you able to acquire that knowledge? Because you really, truly have limited resources. And that also means that you have limited understanding of trends, of typologies, and potential new supply routes. So for instance, when you're talking to individuals working in the banking industry, they will know that actually if the EU has suddenly seen an influx of wood supply coming from Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, that probably means that this wood is coming from Russia and that you are obviously facing, sanctions violation. Does someone working in a DNFBP know that? Would you expect someone within a real estate, sector to know this? Is it relevant? So that's my other question. What is relevant to a DNFBP? What is not relevant to their business? Similarly as well, another example is the case of a number of washing machines being imported to Georgia and Armenia. Is it that those countries are actually doing more laundry on a yearly basis? No. I think we all know what's happening with some of those parts of those washing machines. Again, should DNFBPs be aware of this? Yes? No? Who is in charge of saying actually, what DNFBPs should be aware of because it is particularly pertinent to their business? So those are very credible and valid questions that we should be asking ourselves. And then the other element, of course, is supervision. A number of different jurisdictions that I visit in the context of my work, either as a researcher or a consultant, is how disparate, how heterogeneous supervision of DNFBPs is, which of course creates some sort of issues in terms of the guidance that is being provided to DNFBPs, in terms of the support that is provided to DNFBPs. So the question is also, is supervision right now acting as a credible deterrent? Does supervision have the right enforcement capability? Going back to what I was saying earlier, I said, are all entities falling under the DNFBP regime? But actually, do we want them to all fall under that regime? Because of course, with this comes some expectations and some responsibilities. And that leads me, of course, to suspicious activity reports. The quality of SARs, Yesterday, Ahmed was talking about, defensive SARs. Are we looking at defensive SARs from the DNFBP sector? Are we looking at quality SARs that are actually providing actionable intelligence, the FIU, that will then be able to pass on this information to the relevant economic unit within the police force? So those are the points that are absolutely, pertinent here. So a quick loop back here. As a DNFBP, you need to, of course, understand your threats, and you need to be able to ask a number of different questions. The first one is, what kind of resources do you have available to your business? And if you are a high-risk DNFBP, is it suitable? Is it enough? Is your staff adequately trained? Have you had any breaches? Have your peers had any breaches? And actually, do you have a framework or a network in place to be able to get that information, to be able to share that knowledge and that best practice? Or if not best practice, observed practices at least. Findings from your supervisor, either within your institution, but also in another institutions. Like, what are the typologies that are pertinent to your business? Are you aware of those typologies? Are you socializing it to your wider network? What kind of risk will be arising from the parties that you're doing business with? And do you really, truly, truly understand who your customers are? And do you really, 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 truly understand who your customers are? Who their partners are, who their suppliers are? And of course, are you ultimately a small, homogeneous, do you have a small, homogeneous customer base? Or do you have a large, more diverse customer base? And what does it mean for your business? And what does it mean for your exposure to PF risk? And what kind of, actually in terms of strategy, what kind of markets are you targeting next? Are they emerging markets? Are they markets that are known countries of PF diversion? Again, what does it mean for your business? Do you have the right controls in place? Do you have the right control that will actually reflect your appetite? And of course, last but certainly not least, how relevant is your business to proliferation finance? So moving forward, some of the questions, some of sort of like little points that I want to put forward. How can competent authorities moving forward further train DNFBPs for better understanding of proliferation finance risk? Truly, where is the need there, and how can that need be addressed? And I think it'd be very, very useful during the break. You come and give me your ideas. We can brainstorm together. How is it that authorities could actually improve coordination and cooperation and the exchange of information across different national authorities and the different agencies? Is it through secondments? How can the current export control regime be better understood, adopted, and applied by DNFBPs? Again, this is something that is often raised in the jurisdictions, in other jurisdictions that I've done some work in. There's truly a lack of knowledge there, a lack of connection. And what kind of data should competent authorities collate in order to better monitor and oversee compliance with PF legislation when it comes to DNFBPs? Which is why I was particularly actually interested in Ahmed's presentation yesterday, when he really sort of unpacked the data that had been collated in the context of the risk assessment. Are we satisfied with the current SAR reporting? Are we satisfied with the quality of the SAR reporting? And ultimately, something that is actually fundamental is, do DNFBPs understand how to implement freezing measures? How to implement freezing processes? Do they know what to do? Is this process adequately socialized within the organization? Who owns this process? And finally, how can competent authorities support DNFBPs in identifying their proliferation finance risk? And of course, in conducting their risk assessment, because this is absolutely key. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Naomi, for the wonderful session. Now I'd like to call to the stage Mr. Mark Nakhla for his session on best practices of open source research. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Thank you, Naomi, for it's always a great presentation. Thank you also to the government for hosting us, Eocn, and the leadership and the entire team for putting together this event. As many of you know, probably it's no easy task to put together an event like this and bring together a group of distinguished researchers, experts, regulators, but also people that are on the front lines of compliance. We're here, as you know, to address one of the key or most urgent challenges facing us today, which is counterproliferation, but mostly looking at not just what is counterproliferation, but how do we identify proliferation and proliferation financing, and not just identifying, but what to do about it. And I think Naomi did a great job of introducing some of the key challenges that are in front of us, right? Whether it's for financial institutions or also for DNFBPs. I'm gonna transition from, I think, the great presentation that she gave to talk a little bit about, moving from the challenges to maybe the opportunities that are before us, and talk a little bit about some of the best practices to identify and mitigate some of the risk exposure facing us. As I've been introduced, my name is Mark Nalkla. I work for a company called Caron. Caron is a research, data analytics, and technology company. We focus on issues that relate to the intersection of global security and global commerce and global risk, things like sanctions, import and export controls. And we believe in sort of the concept of information cartography, which is mapping the world of risk, understanding risk, and from risk, developing the tools, the data, the insights to be able to not just identify the risk, but be able to mitigate, not just respond to the risk, but be proactive in staying ahead of the illicit networks that are facing us every day. And I want to start with a story to bring this really into life. When we talk about proliferation and proliferation financing, in late July of 2021, a Liberian-flagged vessel or tanker called Mercer Street left a port from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, heading here to the Arabian Gulf. And it was to pass through the Gulf of Aden, carrying vital oil products. And just a few days into its journey, right off the coast of Oman, the crew noticed something odd. They noticed a low-flying object in the vicinity, and within seconds saw that it was flying directly at the vessel. And seconds within that, a drone slammed into the vessel, detonating on impact. And the attack caused some significant damage to the vessel, but tragically, it also led to the death of 2 crew members on board. But unfortunately, the attack is not an isolated incident. Over the last few years, we've seen an escalating campaign by the Houthi group in Yemen, for example, a group that is sanctioned by the UAE government, sanctioned by the US and other governments, and the leaders of which are also sanctioned by the United Nations. We've seen them leverage their expanding UAV and missile capabilities to target vital shipping assets in the Arabian Gulf and the Gulf of Aden. But there's more to these attacks, unfortunately. More to these attacks than meets the eye. Over the last 4 years, the Houthis have evolved from using basic drones like the one that they used to attack the Mercer vessel to deploying advanced unmanned aerial vehicles. And we've seen them use ballistic missiles and other types of missiles and vessels, ships, small boats filled with explosives. Capable now of striking targets in the sea, but also on land. And this level of operational capabilities for a group like the Houthis isn't just something that happens overnight or by accident. It's a networked effort, supported by a global logistical support and coordinated network. How do we know this? Let's look into that a little bit. According to reports from the United Nations panel of experts reports on Yemen, the Houthis have built a global supply network, a global supply chain that they use to source critical components for their weapons. It's a web stretching across the globe that involve intermediaries, supporters, facilitators, with the intent of evading the international arms embargo and sanctions. They procure special components, small part, dual-use components, and technology from the United States, from Europe, and from Asia. They set up shell and front companies, and often they work through not well-known facilitators. It's a multi-layered, multi-jurisdictional, shadowy supply chain that empowers groups like the Houthis to manufacture drones and missiles. This isn't speculation. There have been investigations done by the United Nations, by the US, by other expert groups that looked into the debris and intercepted shipments heading to groups like the Houthis that reveal just how sophisticated this global supply chain is. And just this past July, the US Treasury Department noted something similar to what the UN had observed. And the US said in a statement that to undertake their campaign of attacks against US and allied governments, the Houthis rely on a global network of procurement operatives, shipment facilitators, and suppliers. And by February of this year, the US government, and actually just this past week, there was a new UN panel report on Yemen that noted the same thing, that commercial networks of operators have been instrumental to groups like the Houthis in terms of their operations. They provide them the advanced weapons, but in most cases, it's not the finished weapons, but it's the components, the small parts, the dual-use items that help them to develop the weapons they use to strike targets now with increased efficiency and proficiency and frequency. And so this attack that we just talked about kind of serves to explain the critical issues that are facing us today and talk a little bit about effective counterproliferation and counterproliferation financing frameworks. This is, as Naomi said, a very significant challenge. It is not an easy task to dive into. Today, we're going to attempt to by doing three different things. First, we'll start by establishing a very basic foundation of counterproliferation financing and counterproliferation procurement networks. Second, we'll look at some of the tools and the techniques to strengthen all of our operational understanding and effectiveness in terms of countering proliferation and proliferation financing. And then lastly, and throughout our talk, we'll dive into a few real-life case studies. These are examples involving our research and our data into networks of entities tied to the Houthis, but other groups, tied to other sanctioned individuals that are engaged in global weapons proliferation. Now, you've seen this definition, I think, throughout the summit, so I'm not going to dwell on it a lot because the other experts have talked about it more eloquently and better than I could have. I'm just going to I'm just going to flag one key thing here, which is the FATF definition of what proliferation financing is includes the means of delivery and related materials going to groups. And so that includes things that are in the normal workflow or in the normal flow of global commerce. Things like microelectronics, chips that are found in refrigerators and washing machines. And if you notice the FATF definition of proliferation financing, it's very broad. And that's, I think, by design. It's not an accident. Because proliferation financing, as many of you know, is an adaptable, complex process. Things that are hidden within legitimate flows of commerce, within normal-looking transactions, because the design is to evade sanctions and financial controls. And what's clear here in looking at the FATF definition of proliferation financing is that this issue isn't just tied to one sector, or it doesn't just expose one jurisdiction or one country, or even a type of product or a type of person or a group. This impacts a wide array of commercial activities across the international supply chain network. And because these connections are so intricate and so dynamic and dispersed, that's the challenge. How do we go from that to going beyond the surface and understanding the ways that proliferation networks are working at times in legitimate international commerce to disguise their movements? And so with that in mind, I'll pick up on something that Naomi talked about, which is, as I think about it, the three stages, and as she mentioned, the three stages of proliferation financing. First is, think about it this way. You can't go to a market, or the Houthis can't go to a shopping center and buy a ballistic missile. You need different parts. You need metal. You need chips. You need electronics. You need radar. The metal comes from a mine. It's mined by a company in a mine, and it's licensed to pull that mine. There's a process and a multi-step effort that gets you from, as Naomi showed, the missile to the components and the different pieces that go into its development. And so groups and states and entities and individuals that are subject to global sanctions and export controls, they rely on three different steps. First, you have to make money, move money, and then use the money, right? And so in terms of making money, with proliferation networks, some of the sources of funding seems legitimate, but could also come from illegitimate purposes. It could come from state sponsorship, for example, or it could come from stolen state resources. But it could also come from outside financiers or benefactors or fundraisers. That's the making money. Then you have to move the money. And there you rely on extensive networks of businesses that can include front and shell companies, middlemen to obscure connections tying back to the sanctioned parties. And then the using the money. Using the money to pay for goods, to pay for technology, to pay for components, and even to pay for the logistics of the movement of these goods. And it's throughout the first, second, and third stages where the exposure to global commerce and financial institutions comes into play. Now, today we've seen counter-proliferation financing efforts in full swings with governments taking action. I would even call it unprecedented action in terms of expanding the scope of proliferation financing and counter-proliferation sanctions. We've seen international sanctions that target non-state actors, like the Houthis and others, but also target states, like North Korea, for example, and Iran. There are also export control regimes that are very closely linked to the sanctions programs, focused on restricting the flow of goods. And the scope is not just the group itself or the country itself. The scope has expanded and is expanding. It includes now individuals. It includes companies, vessels, logistics agents, all types of facilitators that help group raise money, move money, and use the money for proliferation. And so with the uptick in sanctions and the expanded scope of sanctions, we're now seeing an uptick in terms of regulatory efforts. There's been a lot of recent guidance lately that highlights a critical shift in terms of compliance, going from simple sanction screening to well beyond that. Why? Because proliferation networks, as we've come to hear this week, they're skilled at evasion. They don't rely on obvious direct connections to sanctioned entities, but they're constantly learning what the sanctions are, how sanctions and controls work, and trying to figure out how to work around them and evade and circumvent them. And so traditionally, sanctions compliance and export control due diligence has revolved around screening of government-issued sanctions lists. And this approach is still very important. But when we're talking about proliferation networks today, it doesn't seem all that sufficient. Because, as been mentioned, individuals and entities appear in isolation on a sanctions or an export control list, but they never work in isolation. They have direct and indirect connections to parties that are not sanctioned themselves, that help them evade and circumvent sanctions. And so that's what I call sanctions-related risk, which is looking at the government sanctions list as a starting point to understand the scope of exposure that is potentially relevant. Networks of individuals, family members, companies that are owned or controlled by sanctioned parties, the components they're interested in, who sources those components to them, and who helps individuals that are sanctioned or entities that are sanctioned procure, move, and use, and put together the components to develop their WMDs and weapons. This may seem like a lot, and this is the challenge in front of us. But I always like to think that the challenge may be the starting point for the opportunity here. To evolve and move together from traditional static compliance checks to proactive risk assessments, to proactive strategies that not only identify known risks, but also anticipate potential emerging threats. And so from that, I want to take a look at a case study, the real world. What does this actually mean? What does it look like? And so as we start our first case study, I encourage you to worry less about the names of individuals and entities that you'll see, because we can probably go through 10 million more like them. But let's think together about the typologies and trends and the red flags that these case studies are demonstrating. And so to do that, I want to introduce you to what we call Charon Clearview. This is our web-based search application, and it's what I mentioned as information cartography. It's what we use to map the world of risk. In this example, we're going to start with an individual who is on the government sanctioned list. Aladdin Aikut. He's sanctioned by the US government in September of 2023 for providing support to Iran Aircraft Manufacturing Industrial Company, otherwise known as HESA. This company is owned by Iran's Ministry of Defense and Armed Forces, and it is sanctioned by the US, but also by the EU, the UK, Canada, Australia, and other governments. And the Iran Aircraft Manufacturing Industrial Company, for the reason this individual was listed, produces UAVs and drones, including some that have been used by groups like the Houthis in attacks. And so Eocn, according to the US government, was sanctioned for facilitating hundreds of thousands of US dollar and euro denominated payments and transactions to suppliers in Asia in support of purchases by Iran's aircraft manufacturing industrial company. But he's not alone, and he doesn't do this by himself. Eocn wholly owns 100% of 9 other companies in different countries, including this one that you see here at the bottom in Turkey called the Atahorti Gida Bashi Tarim. None of these companies that he wholly owns and controls are sanctioned or on government lists. How do we know that he owns and controls them? We started here by looking at corporate records and company disclosures, but also looking at national registers. And when you look at the companies, these are companies that in their disclosure talk about their trade in electronics, their trade to foreign jurisdictions and through foreign jurisdictions, or their activity in terms of being general suppliers in import and export control companies. In the case of the company that you see at the bottom of the screen, the Atahorti Gida that Eocn wholly owns and controls, this is a trading company located in a port city on the Mediterranean coast. And it bills itself as an agriculture and food trading company. But this is when it starts to get interesting. According to corporate registration document, the company that is not sanctioned, Atahorti Gida, is managed since 2019 by another individual who is also not sanctioned. And this individual is involved in other companies of interest that we will get into, and we'll start here with one. He is a minority owner. He owns 25% of a company called Torgon Company Limited, which you see here is in red because it is sanctioned by the US and other governments for obscuring payments and facilitating payments for shipments on behalf of government of Iran proliferation efforts. And so we started with an individual alone on a government list, and by expanding and looking beyond just the name on the list, we see that he is involved materially in a number of other entities, 9 different companies in different countries that are not on any government or any watch or blacklist, including one that is tied to an individual who owns 25% of a company that was sanctioned for its facilitation of payments and procurement on behalf of the government of Iran. So that's just one example of what it means in terms of sanctions-related risk, starting from a government list and going beyond that. Now, there's been a lot of guidance out recently, including by the UAE, by the UN, by UK and other governments, that talk about some of the practical red flags and red flag indicators. And so we want to dive into that a little bit. And I broke it into 3 sort of categories of red flags. And we'll use this to dive a little bit with some case studies into what this means and what it looks like in the real world. First, it talks about risks related to geography, the location or the global footprint of a certain company. The other type of risk is risk related to the types of businesses and business scope in terms of proliferation and proliferation finance networks. And then the third category of red flags that we'll talk about are operational activity, the operations of a company, how it actually does business. And so let's dissect each very briefly. Guidance from the UN and other governments highlight a common theme here, which is that state and non-state proliferation networks have the ability and have shown the ability to establish a number of shell companies and procurement channels worldwide. The UN, for example, underscores how these networks around the Houthis use a maze of jurisdictions and transshipment points to acquire goods before finally reaching their destination and finally reaching their end user. This practice of multi-jurisdictional routing serves several purposes if you think about it. First, it complicates our work, right? It's meant to confuse. It disguises the origin of the goods, and it's meant to disguise the end user as well. And so it's intended to increase the time and the resources that are needed for us on the front lines in the compliance world to do our job and to do it effectively, to detect evasion and event circumvention. And so for us, this is important to understand the geographical footprint, both in terms of how a company works, where it's based, but also how it does its business. So that's the first type of red flags. The second is the type of businesses we're talking about and how some of the red flags can trigger our curiosity here. Because understanding the type of business we're looking at or researching or investigating can reveal just as much as the geographical footprint. The guidance, for example, highlights that proliferation networks often gravitate towards specific industries. Things like, for example, shipping industry or general import and export industry or logistics. On the flip side, there are also red flags in which these companies are not involved. Legitimate businesses, for example, especially in these industries, typically have a clear purpose and a clear presence, but front companies often lack a purpose or a presence. They operate in the shadows without leaving any digital footprint, just as you would come to expect if it was a normal company. For instance, you might be looking at a company and notice that they don't have a website, there is no company profile on LinkedIn, and there's no employees of record on LinkedIn or anywhere on the web. There isn't even a basic Facebook page for the company. And this, as an investigator, is a bit surprising because why would a global company or a company that advertises itself as global with a global footprint not have a public-facing profile? Or why would a logistics firm with operations around the world, across many continents, not have a clear presence and not have any visible employees? Another red flag is the name of the company itself. And we've seen in evasion networks where they typically use very generic names or non-descriptive names that bleed into the business world. We've also seen the use of companies with names that are mistaken for those of legitimate companies, well-known companies, and that's meant to create confusion and masking illicit activities. And in some instances, we've seen examples of front-end shell companies that misspell their name, introducing slight variations, for example, in terms of different names. And so identifying these anomalies is important and is a red flag on its own. The third type of red flags that we'll talk about is operations and the activities of a company itself, how it conducts its business. And so here we're talking about things like multiple ownership, where a company is owned by an individual and the individual owns other entities, or management, connected management, or even sometimes even companies using the same address, using the same phone number or same identifiers. Why would evasion networks and proliferation networks go to such great lengths to create multiple companies? Only way I can explain it is resilience, right? It's diversifying their operations across several entities so that they create alternatives in case one company is sanctioned or one company is caught. There is a layer of resiliency there. but it also helps increase their ability to launder money and move money and use money, making it harder for us to do our work and enhance due diligence, to track and scrutinize activities. Now, let's get into procurement in terms of how this actually looks. And there we'll pick up where we left off with the individual who owns the entity alongside a sanctioned person. This individual who is not sanctioned at the bottom of your screen, he's the sole manager of another entity called Pasa Ziraat Trading Company. This is a company that is registered, it has an official presence, it files annual disclosures. And in 2023, according to trade data, it noted that it received 2 shipments of compression ignition engines and sensors and components for sensors from a company in the Netherlands that specializes in the design and operation and construction of agriculture and machinery systems. A legitimate company in the Netherlands. Now, what's interesting here is, what did this company do with the stuff they got from the Netherlands? After the receipt of these ignition engines and sensors from the Netherlands, we see that PASA, the company that is tied to the sanctioned individual, had shipped more than $6 million of components, chemicals as well, like potassium and nitrate and fuel pumps, to Iran, including things that in the trade data noted that they were sourced not just from the Netherlands, but also from companies in Japan, Taiwan, Ireland, France, and elsewhere. And so, if you take a look at the red flags that we've already talked about, here in this case study, we touched on a number of different red flags. We talked about common ownership, right? We talked about management as it relates to sanction-related actors. We talked about commercial ties in terms of trade data, legitimate trade data, but also seeing how legitimate trade could go into potential risk-relevant trade connections. And we've also looked at dual-use items, sensors, components, and sectors like import-export companies, etc. And we did this completely with open source data. We started with the sanctions list by looking at the individual who is sanctioned on the government list and another entity in Iran that is sanctioned for facilitating procurement, and then going from there and looking at publicly available open source information like corporate registries, looking at company disclosures that are filed by companies, and looking at trade data, pulling together various pieces of open sources to draw a picture and tell a story. Let's go into another procurement case study. And here we'll start with a little bit more of a complicated network. And we'll start with HK Highmark and an individual named Yang Fan, who were sanctioned in 2023 for selling millions of US dollars in terms of server motors to Iran and the Houthis in Yemen. Server motors, for those that don't know, they're specialized motors that are used for precision control. Control of position, control of velocity, so they're used, for example, in helicopters and robotics, but also in drones. And they're critical components in systems that require high accuracy and high precision. Now, according to the US government, Yang Fan at the bottom here was sanctioned because he was involved in obscuring invoices to obscure the end user of shipments of server motors that were going to the Houthi movement. And when you look at the company that he worked for, Highmark Aerotech, it's owned by an individual who is not on the government sanctioned list. He was not sanctioned in the same action. And the owner himself, according to corporate records, wholly owns 2 other companies with very similar names. high-mark aerotech, and high-tech multiples. And these companies are seemingly legitimate. They have websites, and on their websites, they list what they do and they list what they sell. And they say that they specialize in the development and production of industrial motors, servers, and technology that provide solution for remote-controlled vehicles and UAVs. And they say on their website that their products, including these that you see on your screen, are designed for high precision and high efficiency. But also on their website, they list that one of their employees is the same young Fan who was sanctioned for providing support and obscuring payments and transactions on behalf of the Houthi movement. And so here we looked at ownership of a sanctioned entity to understand who owns the entity. We expanded from the sanctions list to understand management, understand share ownership, understanding components and trade by looking at the government list, at a sanctions list as a start, looking at corporate records, company websites to put together the puzzle and the story. Now I'll go very quickly into a third case study, which is something that is a bit of an evolving typology, risk typology, which is high-risk addresses. This is an issue that's been flagged very directly in recent US government guidance, but it's actually a concept that has been very operational in many sanctions programs by the US and the EU and others that we've seen over the years, which is companies that share an address, but until recently, there have been no addresses put on any government lists or any government watch lists or blacklists, until very recently. And these have become called high-risk addresses for diversion. These are often tied to sanctions and export control evasion schemes. And the addresses may appear as shared locations for multiple unrelated entities or even virtual offices, but they also serve as addresses for transshipment hubs in high-risk jurisdictions. And so in this case study, we'll start with another example. An individual named Syed Mohammed Najabi, who is sanctioned by the US government in June of this year. And according to the US government, as you see on your screen, Najabi works with the Ministry of Defense of Iran, specifically its supply division, to establish cover and accounts for the Ministry of Defense. And according to the US government, he holds money of the Ministry of Defense of Iran in accounts outside of Iran to transport high currency across borders, to retrieve revenue from the sale of oil and other goods, and transfer funds to suppliers of the Ministry of Defense. One of the entities that was also sanctioned in this action by the government is what you see at the bottom of the screen, Mayshore Limited. This is, according to the government, a cover company that has been used by Najabi to obfuscate the Ministry of Defense of Iran's financial activity. So everything so far we've talked about is sanctioned. Let's go from the sanctions list to understand the sanctions-related risk. According to corporate records and disclosures, Mayshore Limited is owned by an individual, and it's located in an address in Hong Kong. The individual, according to the same corporate records, owns 4 other entities with very limited information available on them, other than the corporate records and the disclosures provide an address. And it's the same address and nondescript building in Hong Kong as the entity that is sanctioned. And so Najabi sanctioned for setting up accounts and using resources to supply or to fund the suppliers of goods for procurement, located at a specific address in a nondescript building in Hong Kong, and owned by an individual that has other entities located at the same address in the same room as the sanctioned entity. And so here we looked at not just the ownership dynamics, but looked also at shared addresses to understand risk. Starting with the government list, but looking at corporate registries and looking at directories to understand the world of risk. Now, I just want to point out here, there's no black and white here, right? You may be working with one of the entities on the right of the screen, and it may be perfectly legitimate. But nonetheless, this is information that is out there in the public sphere, and so it helps inform our understanding of risk and help inform our risk assessment and our risk-based decision making. Now, I'm just going to conclude here by stepping back and thinking about the challenge and the opportunity. We start by understanding the scope of the sanctions, understanding sanctions-related risk, thinking beyond just the sanction actors and sanction entities, but using those as the starting point to tell a story, to understand and mitigate risk and help inform our risk assessments. The challenge lies in the networks that we are faced with on a daily basis, who facilitate procurement, who facilitate proliferation at various points along the transaction. And so this includes intermediaries, we've talked about front and shell companies, it includes financiers, logistics providers. Each play a role in evading sanctions and existing controls. But here is where the opportunity starts. By identifying these connections, uncovering these connections, we as compliance professionals and as regulators and as professionals can think about how to use this type of information to disrupt these networks and enhance our compliance. This isn't just about risk management, it's about proactive problem solving and making a tangible impact. And we've seen industry very much adapt and strengthen their controls in terms of enhanced due diligence and customer due diligence over the last couple of years. And how do we do that? By thinking and operating as investigators. When conducting due diligence and risk assessments or screening processes, it's essential for us to put on the hat and have an investigative mindset. And so I just want to pause a few questions to think about in terms of how do we act and think about as investigators. And I always ask, have I answered the 5 W's? Who is involved in the transaction or the activity I'm looking at? Are there any connections to high-risk individuals or high-risk entities? What is the nature of the transaction? Are there any unusual or high-risk goods, services, or maybe jurisdictions that might be involved? When is the transaction or the activity occurring? Are there any red flags in terms of the location or the routing or the timing? And why is the transaction happening? Are there legitimate reasons behind it? Or could there be some illicit purpose involved? The second type of thing we should think about as investigators is the reliability of the data and the sources at our disposal. Is it coming from verified, trusted sources? Can you verify that information through multiple channels or intelligence sources? And using that information, sometimes not to execute a decision, but to ask and to go back and ask the right questions. And then finally, are there inconsistencies here? Looking for red flags such as mismatched addresses or mismatched names or mismatched business purposes that don't align with a stated transaction. And so by asking all of these types of questions, we not only ensure compliance, but we identify potential exposure to risk and identify the type of information that helps us ask the right informed questions. And so in terms of data sources, without the sources, we're nothing as investigators. So it's important to think about the quality and the reliability of the information that we gather as researchers. And there's two types of buckets of sources here, differentiating between what I call primary sources and secondary sources. Primary sources are the original documents or materials created by first-hand participants or witnesses. These are things, for example, like corporate records, legal documents, court documents, government websites, or even company websites. It could include commercial registry information, for example, as we've seen. But there's also secondary sources of information that are as reliable. Things, for example, like media reporting or social media mentions on LinkedIn in terms of an individual saying they work for a company, but the company is actually something else. So primary and secondary sources are different, and they each have their unique differentiators in terms of assessing reliability and surfacing information. And all of this leads to what are we looking for? When we're looking into sanctions and proliferation networks, it's important for us to take what we've said is a network-based approach to understanding and managing risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark, for the amazing session. We'll be having a break and returning at 11:30 for some panel discussions. Thank you.
Decibels are good. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think that good.
One, two.
Welcome back, everyone. Now we have a panel discussion on the role of the private sector in combating proliferation financing. The first panel will cover screening and applying RBA approach in combating proliferation financing. Please welcome our panelists on stage.
Good morning again. I think that it's still morning. Two things happen when you start a panel after coffee break. First of all, everybody's stomach is full. You are in full power. The second thing is that it is difficult to start a new chapter after these esteemed speakers that were preceded us. But we'll try our best, that's for sure. What is difficult to identify proliferation finance? It requires data and documentation to identify the risks and the red flags. We heard a lot of discussions by the previous speakers, Mr. Alberto, Dr. Noemi, Mr. Oleksi, Mr. Mark, telling us this is the right way. But for us as professionals, there is a very thin line between the what and the why factors. All the rest is a given. It's part of the data collection. But what about the what and the why factors? Therefore, we have to take a transaction and we have to analyze the what and the why factors that can be considered as a violation of red flags. That's the ultimate goal. Also, if we differentiate between how a human brain behaves, it can analyze, it can think, it can do miracles. I heard my son the other day telling me, you know what is the best artificial intelligence? I said, yes. How the human brain, which is the classical intelligence, was built. I said, sure? He said, yes. Okay, let me give it a think. I don't know about you, but I gave it a thought and I couldn't understand how he thought about that. So human brains are really have the intelligence, but what about the time? We need time to process all this. We heard Mr. Mark telling us, you know, you have to do this, you have to do that. We heard Dr. Noemi telling us, this is the analysis you have to do, this is what you have to do. In order to discuss all this, let me introduce first myself. My name is Christos Christou. I'm the Group Chief Compliance Officer for Lulu Financial Holdings. I am on the non-banking financial services sector, and my panelists are from different sectors, but with the same task. Sir.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Wong. I'm the Group Head of Financial Crime Compliance for Emirates NBD. I've been with the bank since about 2017, and it's definitely kind of, previous to that, I worked in regulation and for government. So, my foray into ENBD is my first in industry. But I'm not sure about being able to answer your questions, but we can definitely discuss how we can get the answers.
I'm sure, Michael. I'm sure.
Thank
I
you.
know you very many years, and I know that you can. Thank you very much, sir.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Ashish, and I'm from the other side, the DNFBP sector. And
The other side of the coin, huh?
the other side of the coin, right? So I work for Worldwide Formations. I serve as the Director of Strategy there, and my involvement in the compliance aspect touches on my background in anti-money laundering, financial crime, and so on. So just bringing a bit of that legal expertise into a strategic overview. So I think
We'll need that the other side. We'll need the
Exactly.
other side of the coin as well.
Yeah,
We
so
need to understand.
Let's see how that goes.
Thank you for being with us. The first question comes to both of you. The first two questions will be for both of you. I will start with you, Michael. In the market, there are many compliance and screening tools providers. What aspects do you look for when choosing the screening tool that is best for you? And what will consider the tool as an effective tool?
Yeah, very good question. I guess the breadth and diversity within this kind of, whether it's vendor-led, kind of academic-led, or kind of various products, kind of goes to show that there is very different needs. And I think that in terms of kind of choosing the right vendor, you have to start with what you need. Not necessarily what you want, but that will follow, but definitely what you need. And we've talked, I think, in a lot of in the previous presentations about, the basics. What's the nature, scale, and kind of complexity of your business? Do you know your customers? Because if you don't know that, that is not going to allow you to choose, the right vendor for yourself. So you start with the fundamentals, and that is what will then drive you to look for the various points of differentiation with the various vendors. You have a large Arabic customer base. Does your vendor have kind of, Arabic kind of focused solutions? Those are the things that are quite important. I think that, as with anything, it's the vendors will always be putting their best foot forward, and it's up to you, and it's incumbent upon you to kind of say, well, these are my needs, and who's best going to meet that? I know that it sounds kind of overly simplistic, but you've got to start with actually what it is that you need. And then I think it kind of progresses to kind of, well, it's not just a kind of a beauty pageant or beauty parade and then you sign a contract. I think that in this particular space, there's a lot to be said about kind of experimenting and exploring, kind of doing proof of concepts, proof of values, providing a vendor with, sample or sanitized kind of customer-based information and see what is the alert rates that they're able to kind of spit out and produce.
That's how you see the effectiveness behind
exactly,
that.
Because, and I guess effectiveness
The preliminary, at least.
Yeah, effectiveness is kind of one of those things is you want the alerts, but you only want the right alerts.
Oh.
And so, in terms of kind of being able to scale that, you could have... if you have the ability and the resources to handle that volume of alerts, take a very risk-averse approach and have a system that's producing...
We'll see all those. Exactly. Ashish, from your side, we know that in the financial services sector specifically, we have minimum 10 calls per day or 20 emails per day shooting vendors, what we have, what they offer, etc. And then we take the decisions based on what Michael has. From your perspective as DNFBPs, first of all, do you have so many calls, and which are the parameters you set for selecting the right approach or the right tool, and then how do you meet the effectiveness of that?
I think the struggles that we face are probably similar, where we have a bunch of people just pitching their products and services to us. And since this is a federal platform, we won't be endorsing any specific service provider. It's not paid advertisement as well. But a couple of parameters that we do look at in a broad perspective is one, extensive and comprehensive databases, being able to have access to that and real-time updates on those databases, because the moment something does hit a sanctions list, whether it's a name, whether it's an individual, whether it's a company, it already is a step too late because that has alerted everybody else in the network, as was being discussed earlier. It's not just individual actors, it's a broader network of actors and people that are participating in having a crime done. So the moment it hits a list, it's already a step too late. And then the moment, like if there is a greater distance between the time it hits that list or the time it comes to the tool, then that time can be quite detrimental. So accuracy and reliability, real-time updates, comprehensive databases, and integration with the other tools that you have so that you're kind of streamlining
Do you have a
efforts.
list of those effectiveness in the tool? Do you have a checklist, something, in order for you to calculate the effectiveness?
Yeah,
do you do these tricks?
Just maybe like 4 or 5 different points are
Parameters,
there.
yeah.
4 or 5 different parameters that are there, and as I said, just a couple of them are, if I was to list it out, it's comprehensive databases, just the reliability and accuracy so that we don't have too many false positives, false negatives, right? Real-time updates, just the ability to integrate with our existing systems, and something that we are looking into and would be good to look into is advanced analytics, where I think Mark had discussed where you go beyond that step of just sanctions to sanctions related as well.
What you have touched, advanced analytics, oh my God, this is a huge topic by itself. So let me reverse the order now. I would like, Ashish, you tell me, how do you prioritize whatever a screening tool gives you? First of all, do you prioritize it based on the risk, based on the value, based on what factors,
I think we take just generally a risk-based approach, so the priority is always going to be on the risk.
Yeah, but how do you calculate the risk? Is it calculated before, or you just tell, okay, I want this first, I want this second, etc.?
No, it is.
It's up to you.
If you're talking about in order of our engagement with clients,
to give you to prioritize first, in order for you to follow what you are going to follow later in the investigation. That's what I mean.
Yeah. So I think Michael might be a bit more suited to answer that question. I don't think I've fully understood that particular
Michael.
one.
Please let me jump in. I mean, I think that depending on what type of kind of screening system are you talking about,
Yes.
payment screening, customer screening, transaction monitoring, we all will have the ability to try and have rules that are maybe guided by kind of artificial intelligence or kind of our own risk scoring models, which help us to prioritize an alert. I mean, if I take, for example, payment screening, we're holding up a customer's payment. We're not allowing that payment to go through until we've cleared that alert. That is going to be a top priority, right? But even within that kind of, shorter time frames and kind of quite kind of short tats, we have the ability to prioritize alerts with, for example, flagging UN hits, the UAE kind of terrorist list hits, and then kind of on that basis. I mean,
I was more between, where do you put the proliferation financing? On what priority do you put it? Where do you put sanctions? On what priority? Because profiling, monitoring, KYC possibly may have a different validity. I don't know.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, if you could get a hit that kind of says proliferation financing, but we've talked about the struggle, and the kind of the inability to kind of sometimes differentiate money laundering versus proliferation financing versus TFS. You will not get an alert necessarily that kind of says proliferation financing.
It does not say?
Well, it's kind of, there are hallmarks, right, to what is created in an alert, and it's those fundamentals that we need to action. And definitely, I think, within our kind of various lists, or kind of when the alerts get generated, there's a whole raft of rules that we're looking at to make sure that we can try to address and kind of whether it's auto-escalate straight to level 2 if it's a certain alert, or kind of aggregate and potentially hibernate if it's a lower risk alert.
That's the second part of the question. So I'll give the moment to Ashish. Now you understood. Where do you put the priority? Based on what factors? This is actually the question.
Understood.
As Michael said.
Understood. And as he mentioned also, since we can't, in an ideal world, we would expect or we would hope that it would just immediately tell us what the immediate risks are. But For us, at least as an organization, we do look and place quite a bit of emphasis on the sanctions.
Sanctions.
On sanctions. Sanctions and then
As part of the
exposed.
KYC, as part of your customer due diligence, or as part of your transactions?
No, as part
Sanctions
of
both ways.
So in both places. So
Both.
as part of customer due diligence to begin with,
Yes.
and then transactions, we take it a bit like one step further as like we continue the CDD process with every transaction
Yeah.
that we do as well.
If I could just
totally
add, I mean, I
understand.
think it doesn't, nothing exists in isolation, and that
Yeah.
it's kind of that ecosystem. So, you know, when you're at the onboarding stage and you've done your due diligence, you've done your customer risk rating and assigned it, I mean, a high-risk customer will have an impact, even if when that customer creates an alert, you know, that the fact that it's a high-risk customer coupled with an alert will kind of allow you to then be able to prioritize certain alerts.
That would be very good. I hope all the systems and all the tools that we use give us a hint on where to look to start with. It depends on how you configure it as well. So technology, let's open a new chapter. Technology, artificial intelligence, fuzzy words. How does, Michael, artificial intelligence is used by your team? I want to know, please, the types you use. I want to know the configuration requirements, and I want to know how do you your implementation strategies most.
And you only gave me 3 minutes. No, I mean, the first thing I think is not just my team, and it's one of those things where, you know, we are kind of experimenting and leveraging, you know, these new technologies within the bank. But one of the fundamental steps was we have an internal team that is kind of focused on artificial intelligence or advanced analytics. We have a specialized team that's helping us to kind of, you know, look at kind of digital initiatives and digital vendors. You know, from a compliance practitioner, I don't necessarily speak the same language as a lot of the vendors and a lot of the technologists, right? And so by having this kind of team within the bank, it's helping to kind of break down and kind of act as a bit of an interpreter and go-between. We can tell them what are our pain points. This is what I'm struggling with, and that gets interpreted into kind of, you know, being able to kind of reach out to vendors, having kind of digital days where we're inviting vendors in to help and present with us.
Sorry to say, Michael, you've got a lot of money within the bank, so you can afford different types of professionals within your team. Imagine us or Ashish, you know, the investment part is one of the things that we have to think it differently. So what about you, Ashish, in your industry, in your company? How do you implement artificial intelligence? How is it used? What types of using?
I think you can speak from a broader DNFBP perspective.
Okay.
A couple of ways in which AI can potentially be used, and let's just look at it as a tiered approach. At a broader point of view, one thing that can be implemented with a relatively lower budget for a bit more cost effectiveness is automated due diligence, okay, to kind of enhance and streamline the onboarding processes. So this is AI supplemented identity verification and risk profile assessment and so on. So that's one level. And then if you want to take it a step further, again, involves a little bit more of investment, a little bit more technical expertise. That's enhanced monitoring, where you can implement machine learning algorithms to be able to possibly identify unusual patterns or anomalies and indicate, hopefully, illicit activity. Now, if you take it another step further, and this is where we're kind of entering the realm of a financial institution, which is predictive analytics. Again, that's a bit of a hot word.
It's the scary part, I would say, you know, prediction for the future. You know, banking is very good into predicting the credit score.
Yeah.
So similarly, Michael, do you use such technologies or some themes to predict the future so that it will make, artificial intelligence will make yourself a little bit faster in deciding what to do? Do you use such theories or strategy?
I mean, I think you've hit the nail on the head in terms of kind of, you know, the use of modeling in kind of, you know, assessing the creditworthiness of a customer. And it's that kind of same modeling that can be used to help to risk rate a customer. So with us at EMBD, we are definitely kind of using currently and kind of continuing to enhance models where we're looking at the past behaviors of our customers, identifying, you know, what are the kind of hallmarks, whether it's kind of static from the CDD perspective, or even behavioural in terms of kind of and I think that's one of the values that we have as a bank is we actually can see actual behaviour. And historically, that's a kind of a wealth of data that we haven't used nearly enough, but we are using it now. We can try to establish, a customer in a particular segment engaged in these particular products, the velocity and volume of their transactions, which jurisdictions they're actually transacting with, and does a certain behaviour lend itself or provide a predictive strength in terms of whether I'm going to end up SARing that customer?
Do you proceed with that?
Yeah,
do you
of course.
give them an index? Do you give them a projection? Like what many times you do, and I know because I'm using that, you have pre-approved credit limits. Do you do pre-approval transactional compliance limits?
We're not there yet.
You're not there
but
yet.
We're using those fundamentals to help us to kind of better risk rate customers. I think that kind of, if we look back 5 or 6 years ago, when we were risk rating a customer, it was, what's your nationality? What country are you from?
Static data.
What are the kind of certain products? But now we're actually looking at live behavioural data and how that impacts, the subsequent risk rating. And then because it allows us to kind of, spend more time on those higher risk customers. And we're finding that we're getting better at identifying, customers that can potentially turn bad by using these kind of models.
Ashish, in the DNFBP sector, do you use a risk scoring in order and use technology and AI in order to reach to somewhere? Prediction, or at least even a reactive one. You categorize your customers. Do you use artificial intelligence? Do you use tools in order to do that?
We're not at the stage of artificial intelligence just yet. It is at a strategy level at this particular point. But we have begun, and I think this probably touches a little bit into advanced analytics, we have begun with data integration, where we're kind of compiling, consolidating data from multiple sources to build comprehensive risk profiles and score based on our risk appetite.
So, you know what? Where I'm coming from, the latest visit that I had in Sibos, the latest Sibos in Beijing, everybody was talking about artificial intelligence in its primitive source. They were talking about used in order to cut off the time, to put more technology in what we do as compliance, in what we do as financial service providers in general. What they did not explore is what I am trying to explore here. Are we indeed, Michael, in the preliminary stages of using artificial intelligence in proliferation financing?
I mean, I think that it's kind of, in terms of are we preliminary or otherwise, I guess it's the comfort level of kind of using it, and then the ability to deploy it in the various kind of, risk buckets, as it were. Is there a specific AI that is going to only specifically target kind of issues in proliferation finance? Probably not. I would say that is kind of something where we are kind of needing to explore that a little bit further, and you only get to that stage once you've been able to kind of test it and kind of use it and get that baseline level of comfort. Artificial intelligence, it's wanting to replicate in a more timely manner a decision that, your analysts, your brain, going back to your opening comment, that judgment, and you need a lot of information to do that. You need a lot of kind of being able to decipher, well, what is the material element that led us to this particular,
Michael,
decision.
I want the definite answer. My friend, please. Does Emirates NBD uses artificial intelligence in proliferation financing?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, we use
That's
it.
what I wanted to hear.
But not only in proliferation finances.
Not only, but I'm focusing there because, I feel from all the years that we have all these new risks and evolving risks, proliferation financing specifically, requires a lot of effort in order to reach to a point whereby you say, it's suspicious or not. What about in the DNFBP sector, Ashish? Do you believe that you use artificial intelligence for identifying suspicions about proliferation financing?
I think a little bit different from how we would approach it with a financial institution perspective is because our services do not focus on transactions specifically,
Yes.
we kind of shift the focus now from transaction to client activities. So that's where we can monitor, that's where we can kind of pay a bit more attention to see how do we serve as was presented in one of the presentations earlier, how do we serve as gatekeepers? And for us specifically as CSPs, gatekeepers in a legal structuring kind of front.
Christos, I want you to leave satisfied. So I want to kind of tell you, in terms of kind of what we're doing, if we take a step back and we go back to, say, some of the presentations yesterday about, well, what are the kind of red flags in kind of proliferation financing, transactions with high-risk countries, the use of front companies and all those type of things. I mean, we're using kind of that artificial intelligence as the umbrella term, but kind of, behavioral analysis and all those type of things to help us identify, those red flags a lot quicker than we could have, traditionally, 5 or 6 years ago.
I will not be tempted to connect what we heard by Mr. Alexei yesterday, that, the modern world of technologically evolving products now put into the banking sector and so I will avoid that, Michael. I don't want to make your life difficult into that. And I want to ask Ashish now, okay? Directly, you are not related to transactions, that's for sure. So you go to the KYC part, you go to the CDD part. And you use technology in order to find ways to use tools in order to help you fast track all this, right?
Yes.
So what type of, or how do you assure adequately use of your screening tools in that perspective, in the CDD procedure? Do you have a model? Do you follow a strategy?
I think the strategy, if I was to boil it down, in our line of work is, I think probably similar with most others, is identifying who is the UBO. At the end of the day, that's the point that we want to get at. Because once we remove that level of anonymity, or that layer of anonymity, we have taken one step further into preventing that illicit activity. So if you were to ask about a specific strategy that we apply into our CDD and EDD measures, it would be just boiled down towards that. Who is the UBO? Who are the people who are pulling the strings? How do we work through a complex network or structures of legal entities and ownerships to be able to identify, at the end of the day, who's benefiting from this, who's calling the shots, who's pulling the strings.
If you have questions from your bankers or from your counterparties that they follow after you, do you input all those? Do you give this input to them in order to continue from there? Because as we go higher in the flow of funds, more and more we have a wider picture. For example, the banking sector has much wider picture of what happens, customers, transactions, market, etc., because they've got different products that they use. They have specializations. And we, as a lower financial, more focused only on the payments and you only on the customers, then it means that we need to feed into the whole picture all this information. Do you do that?
So that's what we do. I think we work quite closely with our correspondent bankers as well. And there is a point after which it's not us necessarily who are asking the clients and the customers these specific questions and requirements, because we've done our part in facilitating this relationship, and then we hand them over to, let's say, Michael's side of the table, and then they take it further and they escalate it, because it goes beyond the scope of what usual DNFBPs would be involved in.
Before I go, Michael, to the next part of our discussion, I have another question for you, and I'm sorry to take your time and focus on you, but you are the leaders in this respect. Proliferation, financing, investigation. Okay? That's the focus. Mm-hmm. 2 parts here. Number 1, does it delay the process of investigation more than other types, like sanctions screening, sanctions or transaction monitoring? And second part of that, is there a continuous improvement with the use of technology on your false positive rates related to proliferation financing? Again, I joined the 2.
I think it's again, that challenge of kind of being able to kind of say, this is purely a proliferation financing alert, a proliferation financing incident.
That's from somewhere.
Because that's sometimes the conclusion. But it's the actual processing of the alerts.
Yes.
And I think that kind of, how we've tried to use technology as much as we can is very much similar to the comment that Dr. Naomi made this morning, which is about the silos sometimes I've got a payment screening team that's looking at kind of payment screening. I've got a transaction monitoring team, and then I've got a CDD team, a customer screening team. Do they all talk to each other, and do they all kind of share information? Not as much as we'd like. And so, when we have an investigation, and let's use a proliferation financing investigation, the ability to kind of see, have there been other touch points, whether a payment's been stopped, whether we've had an alert on our customer screening, whether our correspondent banks have raised questions as well. Having that visibility when they're working that alert, without having to go to 3 or 4 different databases, that's where we're using kind of technology to kind of aggregate that information and to really kind of speed up the investigation process. Being able to kind of look at different open sources, public information and those type of things is also very important. But in order to do that, you need to kind of have the right kind of processes, the right procedures around that as well. And that's, a big part of where, technology and kind of the vendors are helping us. Being able to kind of pull out, say, an article of adverse information and have a weightage as to how reliable, how credible that kind of information source is very much a helpful process for these investigators that are, to be frank, just swamped. In terms of the volumes, that have increased, 2 or 3-fold, in the last kind of, 18 to 24 months. And so it's the ability to give our analysts the tools to investigate kind of more thoroughly, but also more quickly. And also the other big thing that technology gives you is consistency. That the analyst has kind of looked at the same things that another analyst, would have done as well. And that consistency kind of, either whether through the audit trails and all those type of things.
It takes more than technology. It takes training, it takes coordination, it takes full picture. And I like the approach that you said that, we have only one repository. Everything happens there. So everything should be linked. And that's why we use technology. Even if it is from different vendors, they should be linked up. Mm-hmm. Because ultimately, I don't believe there is a suspicious transaction without the suspicious person. Either this is an entity or a relationship or something. So we go and hit the basic. The basic is the risk. What is the risk? The risk is related also on the customer. Let's call it like that, or the counterparty, or the third party that is using these channels in order to launder or use for proliferation financing the channels, the banking channels, the DNFBP channels, the exchange houses channels, or any other type of insurance, including et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So let's go to the second part of our discussion. Let's go to the risk-based approach. Michael, the question is on you too. Again, please. With the volume of transactions that you have and payments that you execute daily, large banks like yours may have hundreds of thousands of transactions, etc. How do you apply a risk-based approach to suspicious investigations and management of the proliferation financing related risks? Focus.
How?
Indeed. That's the key.
I think in terms of kind of when we look at technology is never going to be a magic bullet. It's technology is a great enabler, and unless you kind of have the fundamentals correct, and we've kind of talked about kind of everything from CDD, onboarding, kind of periodic customer risk ratings, periodic risk ratings. Unless you have those fundamentals there, you can have the best technology suite, and it's not going to get you any faster to that kind of answer. And so I think when we're looking at kind of the fact that we have such high volumes, it's really about kind of using that technology to help us do things faster, more consistent, and in terms of kind of the risk-based approach, really being able to kind of know where we need to focus our resources. When we look at the kind of the fundamentals of what the risk-based approach is. The essence of the risk-based approach is do more for higher risk and do less for lower risk. I think kind of everybody in this room is great at doing more because we're told to do more. Regulators are telling that, you know, you have to do more. Academics are telling us that risks are increasing. Is that the same level of focus for that lower risk kind of segment? You know, can we honestly say that we are doing less? Because that's the only, to be real, that's the only way you're going to be able to create capacity to do more for higher risk customers. And so, you know, when you're looking at kind of, you know, that lower risk and doing less, you know, technology can help you do that because you're looking at kind of risk rating your alerts, being able to prioritize. I don't know if I've answered your question, but...
Yes, one supplementary question with a yes or a no. Does everyone in your team follow a risk-based approach?
Yes and no.
Yes. Yes. I heard the yes first. Come on. You don't tell me no, because then I will be tempted to ask another question on that.
The risk-based approach has to be kind of institutional, you know, it has to be institutionalized. And so therefore I would say, yeah, I mean...
your role is critical there. Your role is critical.
Yeah.
Ashish, all happens because of customers. You, as CSPs, you create legal entities, the most complicated ones sometimes. This means that you have also the request to apply a risk-based approach in creating, formulating these legal activities, especially when you establish front companies or you establish companies that they are part of how the typologies are created. How do you go about it? And how do you support these PF activities or CPF activities, not PF activities, the CPF activities in order to avoid all those?
Okay. I think I'll start off by saying a little bit of a bold analogy that I heard recently. So I was in a discussion with some people at Oxford, and it was about the conversation of AI and compliance. So the first thing that came up in the conversation is, think of a hammer, right? You can use a hammer to build, or you can use a hammer to kill someone, right? Is it, and I'm not saying that we are the same, but is it the manufacturer's liability, or like the manufacturer of the hammer's liability if there's a death that happened because somebody misused a hammer? So that is now keeping that aside, just going a step further, that's just food for thought, not saying that we're in the same thing, but going a step further, when it comes to our role as CSPs, we have the responsibility of applying a duty of care to everything that we do, which means that we need to be aware of the risks that are there, aware of the different PF typologies that are there, and also be aware of signs of front companies. Okay, so I think in this, the first point is that knowledge is key. Knowledge of your client, knowledge of your business, and knowledge of your risk. So when it comes to knowledge of your client, as I discussed earlier, CDD, EDD, but it all boils down to finding who the UBO is, because it's our responsibility to kind of minimize that anonymity and prevent illicit activity by taking that step. Now, taking it a little bit further, identifying front companies, like companies that have a certain pretense of being of a certain activity, but actually being used as a front for something else. I think it's important to be aware of the fact that it usually is a combination of different indicators. Could be a lack of physical presence. It could be unexplained complex structuring, because sometimes complex structuring would have a reasonable explanation to it. And then finally, it could also be, and bankers would agree with me, a reluctance to provide information. So,
are they allowed?
Sorry,
many times, are they allowed
to not?
Just a quick answer.
Yeah.
Which is first, the egg or the chicken?
I believe in creation, so chicken comes first.
Chicken comes first. So this is what we are trying to fight for. You know, it's not a definite answer. The egg of the chicken, or the customer creation first, or the customer how it behaves. That's the relationship between the two. However, I'm sure that data is the most important thing that we can enter into our tools to help us. That's the number one. Second, additional information that we gather either from the source, for example, DNFBPs, or from the transaction source, or from any other type of secondary, as Mr. Mark said, primary and secondary sources, etc. However, without data analytics, we are deemed to be late, the false positive rate increases, etc. Michael, do you use data analytics, and how these fit into the model or into the strategies of identifying suspicions for proliferation financing?
100%. I mean, we talked a little bit about the analysis of everything, whether it's from the onboarding perspective in terms of kind of identifying, what are the predictive elements or features that will make a customer be more likely to be exited, more likely to be subject to a SAR, more likely to be a subject of a correspondent bank query. The kind of being able to identify those and then assign, risk ratings where those predictive factors are coalescing is definitely very, very, very important for us.
Do you use it? Do you use data analytics with AI in order to help you to apply a risk-based approach?
Yes, I mean, that's exactly what we're trying to do in terms of, and it's kind of, I know I'm jumping quite around a lot, but, if we take, for example, customer risk ratings, that is what we're definitely trying to do in terms of not only using the information at an initial onboarding stage, but then also kind of adding the behavioural elements to it to give us the dynamic risk ratings and risk assessments. Yes. We can't do that unless we have visibility on those various data points and what is the outcome of those data points as well.
Can you accept me as a secondee in your team for 1 month, please? No need to pay me. I want to see how you apply this because I'm really much interested into that. Ashish, in your side, later I will ask you about that if you appoint me. Do you apply data analytics and it's helped by the artificial intelligence or the tools that you use in order to apply risk-based approach related specifically for ways to identify proliferation financing in whatever you do?
I think, as I mentioned before, the way we apply it is still in its early stages. So if you're talking about data analytics, first thing that we do or we are currently doing is integrating data from these multiple sources. So we have the results from our screening tools. We have an internal risk platform that we've developed to help with the risk rating and assessment. And then, as was discussed earlier, open sources as well. So we screen for adverse media, and we put all of these together to kind of get a comprehensive understanding or profiling of the client. So at that level is what we're operating at now, but we have plans in place to enhance and strengthen that in the coming years. Thank you.
The worst nightmare for a moderator is that clock over there. It's clicking, it's ticking so fast, and it has. So I want your final thoughts, okay? The first and most important, and I will start with you, Ashish, is how does DNFBPs benefit from applying a risk-based approach?
First and foremost is you have enhanced risk management, right? So you're able to identify, assess, mitigate risk more effectively. Second, you're more compliant with regulatory authorities and the requirements that are put forward. Third, and there are a bunch of other points, but third, I think, is you become better at decision making because there is now a structure towards making informed decisions and taking actions. So there are a couple of more, but just for the sake of time.
Thank you very much. Michael, the same to you. How do you benefit for applying a risk-based approach?
I mean, quite simply, it's being able to kind of allocate our resources, higher risk in the alert space. We're able to kind of identify those high risk, and let's not waste time having a level 1 analyst auto-escalate to level 2. But I think as importantly, and I touched upon it in terms of that essence of the risk-based approach, being able to or being empowered to do less for lower risk instances, we need it, and technology is helping us to do that. I think in the past we've been scared, things like the words hibernation have been a dirty word, but technology is really enabling us to be able to kind of say, well, actually, no, here's the hard analysis. I can tell you that this alert based on, the analysis that we've done, use of artificial intelligence is a lower risk alert. We're not going to ignore it, but, I'm going to treat it differently. I'm going to wait until a second or third alert comes, and we'll aggregate those alerts. It makes it a more meaningful kind of use of time for an analyst, and it means that I think you're going to get a better output, rather than an analyst going through it and it's closed. The second one comes, it's closed. By using kind of technology to help us aggregate, we're getting better insights into the patterns of behavior. So I know, sorry, we're running out of time.
Thank you, Michael. I'm sorry. Gentlemen, do you know that we are very lucky? You know why? Because we've got Eocn here. Mm-hmm. So I want you, Ashish, first of all, tell me, what are you going to ask from the Eocn to give you, or to instruct you, or to guide you in order to optimize the effectiveness of TFS implementation and applying a risk-based approach? Now it's your time.
I think main thing would be to continue in the direction that you have been going. One thing that we really appreciate is the guidances that have been put out, listing best practices and steps that can be followed by people in our industry to remain compliant and adopt international best standards. So continue with what you're doing. It's going well. The guidances and the publications that are being put out are really, really beneficial. And this partnership is useful.
Michael, instruct, please. Ask for help.
Well, I think definitely continue upon the path of, collaboration, information sharing. I'm a member of the kind of the ACPF, which is the public-private kind of partnership at a federal level, and the level of buy-in and visibility that we're getting, particularly in relation to kind of this particular area. We've been hungry for information. We've been starving and kind of making demands, and we're actually seeing that interaction being there. I don't want to miss the opportunity, and I definitely think that kind of we're not without challenge. I mean, dual-use goods is killing me, Eocn. So, where we can kind of obviously start to kind of continue along the same dialogue, but let's look at kind of different mechanisms about information sharing, access. I mean, I'm sure you're in the same situation, but you get a hit on a dual-use good list. You go and interrogate the purpose of payment, ultimately kind of going and asking for, are you licensed? Is there ability to maybe to kind of publish those licenses, or have a look-up tool that we can kind of interrogate ourselves from an analyst perspective without having to go back around to the customer. There are those little things. I think that as we get deeper into the processes, we're going to look and see kind of identify opportunities. A lot of it, I think, is about kind of at a strategic level, we're definitely talking and sharing information, but let's get down to the tactical level, kind of transactional levels. Are there, abilities or kind of mechanisms where we can get greater visibility, not only to Eocn licenses, but customs data as well, just to kind of streamline the process, improve the customer experience.
I would ask also the Eocn office to keep on doing what you are doing now for 100%. Us. And this is indeed helping us a lot to improve and apply whatever the panelists have referred to. Two key takeaways for everybody here, and we're closing this session. First of all, technology helps to apply a risk-based approach, because without that, I don't know how many cases we could ultimately identify for proliferation financing especially. And second, welcome the DNFBP sector to the scene of what we are facing, and it's a reality. The DNFBP sector is adapting well to what the requirements are, and I believe that there is a long way to go, but together we can go.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. I would like to give a big round of applause to our panelists, and I hope the next session is not that boring as ours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Futun.
Thank you, Christus, Michael, and Ashish for the session. It was, I think, a very great session and interactive. It sets out the scene for us, and we're going to pick up where you stopped there. So we're going to continue the discussions from a private sector and their role in combating proliferation financing. I also want to thank, before we start, our expert speakers in the morning. They also spoke a lot of things, and they set out what we are going to pick up in this panel, and we're going to discuss it in a more perspective from, or a technical perspective from our practitioners here from the private sector. So hello again, good afternoon everyone. I'm Fatoun Al-Jassim from the Executive Office of Control and Non-Proliferation. I have my panel here, and I will give you the floor to introduce yourself.
My name is Ahmed Omran. I'm the head of compliance of Driven Properties.
Hi, good afternoon. Mine's on. Thanks. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aidan Michael Wells, Senior Head of Sanctions Advisory at ADCB.
This is when it all comes collapsing down, inshallah not. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Colin Lobo, Regional Head of Financial Crime Compliance for HSBC Middle East Limited.
Thank you. Thank you all for taking the time to be with us here today. So let's I think for the time and to get over to continue with what the previous panel were speaking, let's start. Colin, I'll start with you. The last thing that it was mentioned, Michael said about the dual-use goods. It's giving a hard time for a lot of people in this room. So we have Dr. Naomi, who spoke about a bit on the challenges that have been faced and that are facing, and that has been published in different reports. Let's talk from a more technical perspective, from practitioner perspective. What are some of the challenges that you're facing requiring technical skills? What are you seeing in the industry, and what's keeping you awake, let's say?
Well, dual-use goods compliance is certainly one of those things that's keeping me awake. Thank you, great question. And absolutely, I think Dr. Naomi kind of stole some of my thunder. But it is what we're seeing in the industry. Technical knowledge and the scarcity of technical knowledge and availability. Information and documentation that we receive could be incomplete or fake, right? But let me move slightly, because as Dr. Naomi was, kind of calling out all of the challenges, I was sitting there and thinking, so what does that actually mean for us? What are we actually seeing, on the ground? So the scarcity of resources is absolutely, a key challenge that we're facing, because, how do you get a qualified engineer or chemical engineer to come and work in a bank processing documents, right? They've spent 7 years of their life getting that degree, understanding what this all is, etc. It's very, very challenging. It's not really going to happen. Then you've got, that's from an operational perspective. Then you've got the control operators. How do you actually build a skilled community of resources that actually understand that chemical jargon and then relate it to real life or reality in terms of the description of goods? So that's a big challenge for us, and I'm sure it's for the industry. I think the other one that hasn't been touched on is time, right? I love the case studies, etc., but when you're thinking about processing hundreds of transactions on a daily basis, right? We do rely on, our monitoring systems, etc., but we have to make a decision whether we should pay that trade finance commitment, or hold it, or escalate it, etc. So it's very, very time consuming to kind of do that level of investigation. Yes, do we do that? Absolutely. But there is a risk-based approach that we can kind of escalate that for further investigation and get to that. So when you're looking at it from an operational perspective, time is a big challenge. Because, again, if you can imagine, if we don't release a payment in settlement of a bill that's come due, right, we expose ourselves to legal risk, regulatory risk, and conduct risk, right? So those are challenges as well that, we have to contend with. So it's not just compliance says, no, hold the payment, until we decide, and that could take us 2 or 3 weeks, etc. It doesn't work like that, right? So we've got all of these different facets that we need to think about. I think the other one, which has been touched upon, is the limited amount of public data that's available. So if you're thinking about, looking at the pricing of goods or commodities, there's very limited resources available for us to be able to actually even check that, to kind of say, does this make sense? Are they trying to disguise the goods that have been declared, etc. On that front? So that's the other challenge. And then I think the last, but certainly not the least for us, I think FIs, and this one's for you, Christos, and DNFBPs, we only see part of the puzzle. We don't see this thing. And we're absolutely kind of basing it on AI and big data and all of this stuff, right? But we only see a small piece. So one of the challenges is, and alhamdulillah, the UAE has progressed well beyond that, is the public-private partnerships and the sharing of information, right? I think that's quite key to managing these challenges. And I think, the other parts of the challenges and how we're kind of managing it, obviously understand your risk, right? What does your business do, who they're doing it with, who they're doing it for, etc. Once you've done that, kind of make sure that your policies and procedures are up to date. Starting from CDD, I think I've heard CDD mentioned throughout the last 2 days. It's an absolutely fundamental control, because once the horse is bolted, so to speak, it's too late, right? So you want to try and detect it and prevent it before it actually even comes through the door. So CDD, a key control, whether it's money laundering, whether it's fraud, whether it's TFS and CPF, etc. It's absolutely fundamental to any organization. And I think once you've got that in place, train, and train. You just got to keep on top of it, keep going, understand the new risks and innovative ways that the organized crime actors are kind of using our financial system and the economic system, not just the financial system, the economic system to further their illicit practices. And I think that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Colin, for that. Following on this, Michael, from a local perspective, being maybe, let's say, a local bank here, do you face the same challenges? And also, if you can tell us, for example, some challenges including trade finance documentations. How do you deal with these? What are the challenges, but also how do you respond to these challenges too?
Yeah, sure. It's working. So working off the foundational elements of Colin, absolutely spot on correct. You have a lot of customers, you have a lot of transactions. How do you get to the point where you're able to get to that extent of mitigation? Well, this is where we have to get creative and take a step back. Why are we looking for dual-use goods? What's the point? What's the purpose? Well, if you take a step back and understand the life cycle or the intentions behind the proliferation of dual-use goods, is to say, well, it needs to go from point A to point B. And then, of course, the purpose is nefarious. Now, when you unpack that and you build in creativity in terms of how you interpret the data that you have from your customers, from your transactions, most of the time, you're not going to see it on the face value of the transaction, right? The very nature of the payments that we're screening and processing does not contain the necessary information to detect upfront. So we have to get creative. So this is where we look into both the people and system elements. How do we get both to work together to be able to detect this from a behavioral perspective, right? Proliferation is behavioral, in my opinion, right? Referencing the presentations with Mark really resonates well with me, because there's this fixation that we have to detect the actual dual-use good itself. But as I just said, most of the time it's not going to be available to us up front at the face value. So who are the actors? Who are those that are actually responsible for the facilitation of the procurement, selling, revenue streams, whatever the case might be? And then the geography is involved. One thing that I've learned is that the UAE is not in isolation for revenue generation, procurement, and then of course the application of these dual-use goods. All right, so who is exposing us to this? Where's it coming from? And who are they? So this is where we start to combine the elements and we start to complement these control mechanisms to say, okay, we have the traditional TFS control framework. Great. It needs to detect very specific data points, be it the actors themselves, be it the geographies, and say, okay, have we got our systems to target the right data elements within each payment? Do we have complementary risk assessment factors that look at this data on a more holistic basis shortly thereafter, periodically thereafter, to say, hang on, at the face value of these transactions, this customer has stated within their due diligence questionnaires that their activity is X, Y, Z, exposed to certain jurisdictions. But the behavioral patterns do not match that, right? So you have to get to a point where you can complement all these factors to start to identify behavior. I know my team back at the office, I get a little bit nervous every time I walk into a meeting room because I often put them on the spot and I start asking geography questions. Right? And when I say geography questions, not the capital of this country, or, no. Right? I ask them, what's the trade route between Kazakhstan and Iran? Right? What's the connectivity between certain CIS countries in Africa? Right? Africa being a prominent factor for revenue generation for proliferation networks. Africa is a continent away. Why does that matter? It absolutely matters, right? So you have to take that step back and understand, okay, who's exposing it to, us to this network? Where's it coming from? How is it being facilitated within the actual transactions, the customer data, etc.? And where's it going? Does this trade route make sense that the customer has declared? Right? Can it take a ship into a landlocked country? A very simple example, but we get it. No, the customer declares, no, there's the ship, IMO number, etc. You look at this, okay, you know that's not possible, right? Right, so it's these little finite elements that is so critically important, because what we found is a lot of customers that, or not even customers, like parties or persons that have the intent to evade, often make mistakes. Right? Yeah, they're incredibly intelligent, don't get me wrong. But there's always this little anomaly coming to the question in terms of trade documentation and so on, and this is where the mistakes happen. Right? They either forget to change an invoice number, they forget to change certain aspects of the invoice that is exactly identical to the previous version. And you start to detect anomalies. Right? And when you put all these different factors together, by taking that step back and saying, well, have I designed my system correctly to be able to read this information? Are our analysts able to take that information and say, hey, hang on, something's not quite right here, and start asking the questions, right? Where's it coming from? What's the purpose? Does it match what you've declared? And where is it going? Does it make sense that it's going there? In your own guidances, you often mention typologies, business sense, etc., high-risk geographies. We apply that absolutely. And this is where we detect the anomalies. This is where the complementary factors add up to value, rather than these isolationist ideas of just saying, well, I'm going to screen the dual-use goods against this specific list. Does it successfully pass the test? Was there an element of dual use? No, it's not. Great, job done. No, that doesn't work anymore.
And I think to the aspect of the training, the learning that both Colin and yourself has talked about, it's a very important aspect in adhering to these challenges. We're going to talk a bit more about it later in the next part of the panel. If I'll go, Ahmed, to you, I'll maybe if we talk from a DNFBP's perspective, there is no direct exposure to trade finance, for example, but DNFBP sector usually have indirect exposure for proliferation financing, for example, when dealing with cash transactions and so on. So what, from a real estate perspective, but also from a wider DNFBP perspective, what are some challenges that you are facing from that side of the room?
Well, the technical challenges we do face, it's similar to what Colin and Michael have addressed, but I want to address something different, and it's really important. Now, if we look at the outcome of real cases where proliferation financing happened through designated non-financial businesses and professions, like how in 2020 North Korea used the proceeds of ultra-luxury real estate transactions and rental profits to facilitate proliferation financing, or how Iran in 2016, 2019, 2020 used the legal and the accounting sector to facilitate and open shell companies with complex structure to do or to facilitate proliferation financing. We can say that the companies who facilitated these transactions, the mistakes that they did is they didn't do proper due diligence, or they didn't properly detect the geographical footprint, or they did not report suspicious activity. But in my opinion, the major problem designated non-financial business and professions face when it comes to proliferation financing is keeping up with criminals with their limited resources. Dr. Naomi finished her presentation yesterday saying criminals are moving fast. And I completely agree with you. Not only they are moving fast, they are also smart. Because while they're improving their tactics and finding loopholes and trying to prevent the updated regulations we are doing, the resources of the designated non-financial business and professions remain the same. There are multiple companies who still rely on manual screening, and they even outsource their compliance professionals and risks. So regardless of how qualified compliance professional you are, if you don't have your Iron Man suit, if you don't have your proper screening mechanism or your proper transaction monitoring system, you will not be able to properly detect the crime and prevent it. So in my opinion, like if these small companies are exposed to criminals to use or to try to make crimes of proliferation financing, it will be very attractive for them, and this is a major challenge this sector is facing.
Thank you, Ahmed, on this. And we also believe the same thing as all of our experts mentioned, and we usually say, and most of the outreaches that we attend, the typologies are always changing. The time the typology is out, there's a new typology, and that's why we need to keep up on these aspects. And also, as the previous panel before me said, how they are trying to use artificial intelligence to input into that. Let me take a perspective on the new FATF standards. What are that requires entities to conduct an institutional PF risk assessment if you're gonna, because the previous panel spoke a bit on the risk-based approach, how do they implement it? So if we take on that basis, the new requirements on both FATF but also on UAE and the international level also, the institutional PF risk assessment. So what are, I want to ask all of you on what are your intake on this? How do you implement this? From the Eocn perspective, there are of course efforts on that have been shared by the experts on institutional PF risk assessment guidance, both from Eocn side, but also we have seen guidances on international levels. So what are your intakes on this? How are you implementing this? Does it help with these challenges and identifying all the perspective? So, continue.
Sure, absolutely. We have taken it into account. we conduct something that is called the enterprise-wide risk assessment. So we look right across all of our businesses and functions. We understand what strategies the businesses are in. We understand what the country risks, etc. And it's a whole heap of questions and data and etc. So on the back of the changes, etc., we introduced, I think, 116 new question sets for the businesses and assessment units to answer, so that we could actually really get to the bottom and understand, one, how does the strategy, or how could our strategy potentially be exposed to proliferation financing? Two, how does our existing book of customers potentially expose us to proliferation financing? And three, our products. So kind of looking at it from that, I suppose, a multi-lens view gives us a good understanding of, how our bank could be impacted from PF on that side of things.
Yeah, so we took a slightly different approach, and to be honest, we've been working on the subject since roughly 2001, where we started with a policy position of proliferation finance. This has been an incredible journey. I find it fascinating to be able to understand, firstly, what is proliferation finance, how does it link to the sanctions control framework, and how it intermingles with the rest of the control frameworks like AML, etc. So what we did, we started by understanding, okay, what is it? What are we trying to achieve? Which you'll hear is a common theme coming from me. And to say, okay, where do we begin? So this is where we embarked upon months and months of research and analytics to understand, okay, where's our entry point? Where's the best avenue to start? And information sources, literatures, etc., particularly RUSI, but not even just the outputs of RUSI in the sense of guidance notes and yourselves, but RUSI also develops, and I'm not trying to sell them, by the way, they also develop a number of research papers that go into the intricate details of the analytics and outputs of battlefields. Right, this might sound a bit strange, but I mean, what's the whole point of proliferation financing, right? It's the application of WMDs, but it's become a hybrid of military programs as well, right? Which we're hearing more and more and more of. So where do we start to unpack the intricacies of the different elements of what constitutes the triggers, the basic elements? Because we all talk about the elements of dual-use goods, but again, it comes down to what are we actually looking for, right? So once we embarked upon that research and we started to understand, okay, we need to start differentiating between offensive military application and defensive military application. And this was fundamental for us to be able to understand which way the risk is going to go, based on what the customer is declaring up front. So once we established the methodology, we decided to say, hang on, we believe that the PF assessment needs to be a standalone. Now I know each institute's up to each institution as to how you would like to embed, both are valuable. But with all the work that we've done in understanding research application, understanding are our controls fit for purpose? Does our technology provide the right triggers, the right data elements to start an investigation under proliferation finance? Do our people understand what this is? Right? So for example, on the AML side, do they know what proliferation financing is? Do they know that there's actually the same triggers both in PF as well as trade-based money laundering, for example? Right? Are they able to link that? And the various different units that work across the different functions within a financial institution, which has actually been a bit of a common theme, silos, etc. How do we complement these factors? Right? That defined the methodology. Then once we ran the assessment or started the assessment, then we realized, okay, we've got a long way to go. And this is really, really tricky to actually unravel and to be able to understand, okay, are the rules and algorithms within our sanction screening systems, have they been tailored to not only work on simplistic list-based data sets? Should we maybe complement certain combinations of data? Geography, for example, purpose of payment, invoice numbers. Do invoice numbers include reference to country codes? Right? These elements you can enrich the control framework. And throughout the life cycle of these 3 years, and when we ran it this year and we generated an output, we then decided to complement with one additional step. Who else is doing proliferation financing risk assessments? So we took, for example, the US one, which Alberto referenced right in the beginning. We unpacked that and understood what are their key risks, what's their key focus points. But that's only half the puzzle for a country like the UAE, right? So we said, okay, who else has similarities or similar concepts in terms of trade center, financial center, etc. So we undertook the Singapore one, right? And Singapore complemented with the United States, we found, hang on, we have a lot of common aspects here, right? Both the maritime risk side of things, as well as the African typology, which I'm coming back to again. This is one thing that we shared with the US output, is to say, well, Africa is an emerging threat for us and it's continued to be exacerbated by the regional conflicts there. Right? You're getting all these actors that are coming in and exploiting both people and mineral wealth. I would reference right in the beginning is to say, well, the UAE is the hub. We're not the producers and applicants of proliferation financing. We're being used as a facilitator. So how do we stop that? This is where it becomes full circle to say, okay, by understanding the purpose, the concept, the systems, the people, etc., the geography's exposure, we then built the assessment accordingly and ran the assessment accordingly.
Thank you. That's actually very helpful, and it gives us a deep dive into some of the aspects in the institutional PF risk assessment. Maybe Ahmed, from the perspective of the real estate sector and the DNFBP sector in general, and we're putting that on your shoulder, the implementation of having the institutional PF risk assessment is something new for the sector. So how is the sector responding to that? How are you trying to apply the risk-based approach as well with the institutional PF risk assessment?
Well, it's actually responding very well, and the awareness and the real estate sector with multiple real estate companies, it's very improved. What we have done from our end is we assessed every product we are doing and our delivery channels, and we understood clearly how is this linked to proliferation financing and how we can put proper mitigation measures to at least try to detect and report any suspicious activity or any activity related to proliferation financing we might identify. And what's importantly, the major thing we focused on is training our first line of defense, because the real estate agents, our first line of defense, they spend majority of time with the buyers and their associates. So basically, if there is any third-party typology or anyone acting on behalf of someone else, they will be able to detect that. As long as we have improved our onboarding system and our KYC, we added new questions related to proliferation financing, and whenever we detected, we immediately reported.
That's helpful, and we're glad to see that also a lot the DNFBP sector in general have been complying with this aspect, have been trying to understand the risks, even though it's, as we said, it might have a secondary exposure and a more limited aspect in that sense. Maybe if I will speak on the second part of our panel discussion today, and something that everyone that stood on the stage yesterday and today has spoke about is training or capacity building or identifying and understanding. So if I'm going to speak from that perspective, and Ahmed, you just spoke about the first line defense. Colin, what do you do for your first line of defense? How do you ensure that they are kept up to date? What are some of the measures that you take in the entities to ensure that they understand the proliferation financing risks?
Thanks. I mean, it is about kind of, the awareness and the training. It's got to be constant. I think certainly for us, we use case studies to bring it to life for our RM population or our frontline colleagues, so that they actually they understand how the risk can manifest themselves. So we talk to them about, this case was identified, this is what the risks were, these were the red flags, this is what we didn't pick up, this is what we picked up, and actually talk them through. So once you bring it to life for them, they can kind of start to relate that, back to their day job. It's one thing kind of saying, we need to look out for dual use goods. they'll be like, well, what's a dual-use good? Like everybody does. So you actually have to go back to the point and say, look, when you're talking to your client about, during your CDD or KYC process, it's not just about kind of saying, who's the UBO, nature of business, trading, etc. It's about going to that next level to kind of say, okay, trading, what goods do you trade in? If they start to tell you, well, we deal in computers, for example, what types of computers is it? It's kind of getting them to that state of being inquisitive with the client, but yet polite, because what I try and say to the first line is, look, this is not a compliance requirement, because the more you can actually understand your client, you can probably sell them a product as well, before you kind of talk about the compliance risks. So it's really kind of, asking that follow-up question if it doesn't satisfy a true understanding of the client. And then it's just about just constantly reminding them, not just purely about dual-use goods and, PF and TFS, about the general need to manage the financial crime risk that the bank faces day in, day out.
Just to follow up on that, do you actually see an outcome from that trainings, from that awareness raising in the first line of defense? My question is we're seeing few entities that, for example, will always try to make the first line of defense report back to the senior compliance officer or the senior sanctions officer. And that would, of course, take time, I assume, as it has to escalate upwards. In some cases, of course, that should be the case, and this is a requirement. But do you see an outcome actually from training, engaging the first line of defense? And does it help your entity as a whole, not only as in the employees in the first line?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a process called unusual activity reporting. So everybody's obliged to kind of raise their suspicion or their unusual activity that they're experiencing or suspect, and that then gets escalated straight through to compliance investigations. And where we triage it, look at it, etc., and then, if necessary, it gets referred to our sanctions team, money laundering team, so on and so forth, or even our bribery and corruption or tax teams as well, to kind of understand that. So, absolutely. So, have we seen this? The answer is yes. I think in a couple of cases we've also used that as a result of this, used it to educate our customers, because they were completely unaware of the fact that they had to get a license, for example, of a certain type of product that they were trying to import or export out of the UAE. So from that perspective, our front line, it understands it, they're escalating. Not necessarily unusual, but even if it's just to kind of ask for guidance, and our customers are actually, benefiting from it as well, because, we're kind of, I suppose, the second arm of the Eocn, where you're creating awareness in the marketplace, in the sectors, that were perhaps, unaware of the requirements that the UAE has when it comes to licensing.
Thank you for that. From an Eocn perspective, 2 years ago, we have started the e-learning platform that will offer learning on TFS obligations and proliferation financing obligations, both on international standards, FATF-UN, and the UAE standards. As Colin has already said, we're trying to raise the awareness of overall the industry in that sense. Colin, if I would ask from your perspective, what are some of the initiatives that you have taken to raise or to build capacity in your entity as well? Is there any specific programs on TFS, PF that you are offering to your in the entity itself?
Yeah, absolutely. One problem is our frontliners really dislike us sometimes, because compliance in general has a very heavy load of training in general, right? There's a lot for them to ingest, to interpret, to understand, and of course apply it, right? They need to be able to understand what we're trying to tell them and be able to say, yeah, this is it, I need to escalate, to your point. So yes, we have the standard training programs, the fundamentals that provide the spectrum of what is TFS, how does it operate, why is it important for you as an individual, as well as for the bank itself, and of course the UAE. The materials that have come out from the Eocn have actually been incredibly useful because we do utilize and combine with our own. And what I mean by that is we supplement our traditional training programs with a little bit more of a targeted approach. So we identify those that are, let's say, prone to exposure or that have a higher likelihood of being exposed to these types of risks. And we target them and we say, we set up specific sessions to be able to walk them through the different additional concepts of what's PF, but go in a little bit more of a granular detail. Again, also case studies, right? So that there's something tangible for them to associate to within their world. Because there's one very big problem, and I'm terrible at this, is the assumption that the person in front of me understands what I'm saying, because you're so involved in the subject, you're using the acronyms and using all these fancy terms. But the frontliners don't understand that necessarily, right? Yes, you assist and you educate and so on, but you've got to tone it down and say, all right, why is it important for you as an individual? How do you translate this information into what you're seeing on a day-to-day basis? So this is where the targeted approach comes in. And then lastly, we supplement it with awareness notices. Of course, anything that comes from your area or that of FinCEN or BIS, we try to take some of that, translate it a little bit, and send it out as well.
But all this requires, of course, enhanced or advanced tools, and it adds extra cost. So both Colin and Michael from financial industry, and they'll get into the DNFBPs in a bit. How do you ensure that they have the knowledge, but also without getting restrained on other aspects? What do you deal with on that sense?
Contrary to popular belief, we don't have a blank check. So again, I'm going to use the word creativity when it comes to this aspect. So it's taking the time to personalize the training, right? I mentioned a moment ago the whole targeted approach or complementary approach to your standard online assessments or training programs that you'll have this visual aid that you'll go through, pass through the pages. Well, that's fundamental, of course, right? To provide the basics and the foundational elements, it's not enough. So, contrary, actually, it's not a lot of technology that goes in, it's just providing that personal touch and actually speaking to your people, right? It's a combination of the sanctions team, myself, going to the team, sitting in front of them, having an open conversation. Now, don't get me wrong, that's not realistic for the entirety of the organization, I don't mean that. But if you add these different elements together and don't feature curriculum, but constantly portray a message, constantly get out the stream of information that they're constantly aware. Because remember, as I said, you've already got this massive amounts of training that they have to do. So let's be careful. How do you approach that?
Colin, from your
Yeah, I think very similar to what was just said. I mean, it's not kind of, creating a new big platform, et cetera, from a technology perspective. We do have platforms, and, we've got HSBC University, and, which is an internal learning platform, which has got umpteen number of courses. But we work together, just like was, with the first line and their business financial crime teams to really kind of deliver a joint message. Right, this is not a compliance to the business. This is a joint common message to the first line saying that, we are partners in this. We are not we are trying to help you, we're trying to protect you and ourselves and the bank and our customers and our stakeholders, etc. This is not, compliance being the policeman of the bank. And I think once you get that message across, the relationship between the business and the compliance function, just grows exponentially, because they can see that we want to try and help them to grow and grow safely, and not just kind of put barriers in the way. I mean, when I'm communicating with the business, I always try and use the 3 C's: give them the context, give them the clarity, and then give them the choices. Right? Because if you just go in and say, you need to do this, they'll be like, why? But if you explain to them that this is the consequences of what could happen if we don't actually manage this together, then they get it. And I think that's the key thing. You have to be in their face, unfortunately.
We agreed on that. From the DNFBP's perspective, usually the DNFBP sector in general have limited resources compared to the financial institutions' resources. They will have usually, let's say, smaller infrastructures built in. So in that sense, how do the DNFBP sector and your entity, for example, deal with this capacity building, raising awareness, understanding the more technical topologies that even the financial institutions are struggling with to understand?
Well, I think the major issue in this point, it's the lack of awareness, but not lack of awareness among compliance professionals. It's lack of awareness among decision makers of designated non-financial business and professions. Because if they don't understand the risks, then they will not invest. And to invest in a proper advanced compliance infrastructure, it's not cheap. It can be expensive for some companies. However, if the decision makers understand how this is beneficial to their company and how will this protect them from the reputational risks and the regularity risks and will help them to prevent crimes, so then there is a positive response from the private sector and from the particularly designated non-financial business and professions. In driven properties, for example, we are completely tech-based when it comes to AML, KYC, and when it comes to proliferation financing detection. And our CEO gave us green light to adopt advanced screening technologies. And based on my experience, this happened only after he understood the risks and the potential benefits on his company while adapting to these advanced technologies.
And of course, let's say, having the effective implementation on the legal requirements.
Of course, of course.
So what's one last, let's maybe try to conclude, what's one last thought or what's last advice on effective implementation and capacity building for DNFBPs that you would give?
I would say proper training to that frontline staff. Understand your products, what products are exactly exposed to proliferation financing, and adopt advanced screening technologies. It's the key to help you and make your investigation easier in detecting proliferation financing, and educate your decision makers on what are the risks and how this investment can protect your reputation and your company from a lot of legal escalations.
Thank you. Colin and Michael, from a financial institutions perspective, what are some thoughts, final thoughts that you would give to our audience today? Some pieces of advice or any other matters that you'd like to conclude on?
The key thing I would say is, unfortunately, global military spending is increasing. Local and regional conflicts are becoming larger and more frequent. The reality of this subject is being exacerbated by this aspect. So my recommendation, based on our personal lessons learned, is invest in the interpretive ability of your people in order to be able to they themselves be able to understand, keep abreast, keep up to date with all of the different changes and typologies, etc., but also be able to interpret and understand how to apply it. And that is in the spectrum of both the people as well as the systems, right? To be for people to guide the systems in the right way, to adopt the right systems in the right way. So interpretive ability for me is priority number one, because you can have all the systems in the world, you can have an army of analysts, but if they are unable to interpret and be able to understand all the different change in regulation, all the different nodes and the typologies, you're going to go nowhere.
I suppose I'll use the words of a compliance colleague that once said, and I'm sure they've heard it before, but if you think that the cost of compliance is heavy, you know what's going to come next. The cost of non-compliance is probably even more. If you're going to implement something, once you've implemented it, don't think that that's the end. You need to make sure that the effectiveness of what you've implemented meets the objectives that you set out with. So do post-implementation reviews, do those follow-ups. Even when you're doing the training or awareness sessions, I think you kind of asked the right question. Have you seen an uptick? If you haven't seen an uptick, why not? Ask those kind of questions. And I think those are the key messages. I mean, this is a constant learning. I love it when we kind of say we call ourselves subject matter experts and so on. Organized crime gangs and money launderers and proliferation financiers, etc. They consider themselves subject matter experts because they know exactly what we're doing, and they're already 3 steps ahead, because I think Naomi said, they don't have the laws and the regulations and data privacy, etc., that we have to deal with, right? If they want to kind of transfer money from the UAE or into the UAE, from India, Pakistan, Germany, wherever, they can do it in a matter of seconds. They have the contacts, they have the network, and it's up to us to kind of detect, deter, and prevent. And that's the only way that we can actually contribute to global security.
Thank you. I think very well said, and I think that concludes itself of this session. So just one final thank you to everyone who joined us here today. Thank you, Colin, Michael, Ahmed, and also our first panel, Christos, Michael, and Ashish, for sharing your perspectives from a private sector, or sharing from private sector perspective on some challenges, how the private sector can face them, what could help them, and the importance of capacity building, but also the importance of being aware of what's surrounding you and trying to be at least one step ahead of, or at least, let's say, on the same line of that. So thank you, everyone. And our next session will be hand over to my colleague Ahmed, who will be taking the panel from the emerging challenges, but from our experts' perspective. So thank you.
Problem. Well, thank you very much for having us for the final panel and discussion on emerging challenges to proliferation financing and how to tackle it. Thank you for very interesting discussions in the first 2 panels of the afternoon. I found them very interesting, and I always like to hear from the private sector, actually, because sometimes it's easier. I'm speaking from my previous role as, actually, let me introduce myself again. My name is Alberto Ballesteros. I work at Caron as a program manager in a team that works on training, capacity building to private and public organizations. We bring case studies. We try to make it very relatable to the organizations and the countries that we train, which is why I liked mentions to case studies earlier, because that's the approach that we try to take when we train organizations. And I like to hear from financial institutions, because that's actually what we need. We need to know what you need, and we need to know what are the tools that will actually help you navigate these risks. So I would ask my fellow panelists to try to bring it down, sometimes some of these comments, to try to relate to how the things that we're going to talk about relate to actual implementation of mitigation and controls of proliferation financing risks. How I would like to face the panel, if you would agree, is I will pass it all over to you to introduce yourselves and maybe give some introductory remarks on what are some of the challenges that you from your roles, from your research, from your expertise, have identified as being some of the key things that have to be taken into consideration by the public and the private sector as well. So let me start with Noemi. If you want to introduce yourself, then give some some remarks, and then we will pass it over to each of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alberto. So I will introduce myself. I am Noémie Tambay. I am an independent consultant. I'm also a researcher, and I'm also a trainer. I've had the opportunity to work for the public sector. I used to be an economist for the British government, and then I moved on to the dark side of banking. And then after my PhD, I decided to get into consultancy to really have the opportunity to work across an array of different stakeholders and to really sort of, I guess, polish my skill when it comes to financial crime and illicit finance. Do you want me to pass on to the rest of the panelists to introduce themselves before I make an introductory? Yeah?
We can go for a round of introductions, then some introductory remarks if you want. Cool. So, Ahmed, over to you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Ahmed Al-Falasi, Director of Targeted Financial Sanctions in the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation. So the background, so the topic or the title by itself gives the impression and the experience, I would say. So in the Executive Office, we handled the coordination and to ensure implementation of targeted financial sanctions requirement for both public and private sector in different fronts, technological, academic, and also to coordinate with supervisory authorities to ensure proper implementation with the law enforcement agencies to identify where are the sanction evasion activities and how we can get all these information to orchestrate it in a document where the private sector from financial institutions, DNFBPs and VASP can use these information, the attempts to avoid financial systems directly or indirectly or establishing shell companies and all of that. So we'll talk about it in depth and touch base on that. So to educate everyone on that angle. And myself, I have took the assessor's training and assessed country in the same field, IO 10 and 11. And as well as to the associated recommendation 6, 7, and 8. So I have both expertise from assessing AML CFT framework for countries, as well as the privilege to work in the ICRG process and to get those and being on the other side where we defend our country in terms of compliance. So that's a very long introduction. Sorry for that.
Great. My name is Mark Nakla. I'm the Chief Research Officer at Caron. Previously worked in government and private sector, started out my career at the U.S. Department of Treasury, working on sanctions and money laundering and terrorist financing, and then went over to the Pentagon, to the U.S. Department of Defense, working on Middle East policy and bilateral cooperation and coordination with governments here in the Middle East. And then now back to working from financing to military to both of these issues at Caron, working on research, data analytics, and technology as it relates to issues related to sanctions, trade controls, and risk-based data analytics.
Thank you. My name is Alexei Fещенко. I worked for many years in the Financial Intelligence Unit of Ukraine as first deputy head. Then since 2013, I worked in United Nations Office of Drugs and Crime, UNODC, and I was doing policy research, train the trainers, and also case advisory mostly on cryptocurrencies, but also on financial crime. Since May of this year, I'm independent consultant, but actually I'm doing the same.
Thank you very much, all of you. And it is actually funny because, Alexei, before I joined Caron, I used to work with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime too, but we had never met, so it is very good to see you here finally. That is why I was saying, and in my previous role, we talked a lot with public sector, but I find it actually interesting to find, to get the insights from the private sector to actually understand, again, what is needed. at the forefront of tackling economic crime and proliferation financing in this case. So, with that said, I would like to pass it again to each of you to maybe give an overview of some of the emerging challenges that you have found, again, from your roles, your research, maybe some ideas, connecting them to the presentations that we have heard over the few last 2 days. So, Noemi, would you like to start?
Thank you, Alberto. So I must say I was very excited when I was asked to be part of this panel, asking me to explore emerging challenges. And so it got me thinking about, obviously, the different kind of engagements I've had over the years, the different sort of consultancy gigs I've had, as well as research. I'm talking to a number of different SMEs. And I basically have come up with, or I've identified 4 to 5 key topics that I think are worth raising here. The first element that I want to talk about is the exponential advance in technology. That is something that we cannot afford to underestimate. I think we've all watched, well, I know I certainly have watched, for instance, the catch landing of the SpaceX rocket. Not quite the first man landing on the moon back in '69, but I know it was something that was incredibly impactful, that I've watched with my kids, and I watched again with some friends at a dinner party. So we really are right now living in an era where we are really observing and witnessing incredible advances in technology, which of course is going to have an impact in our field. Ultimately, we are seeing more and more parts that have your basic commercial use, that of course are going to have, application when it comes to proliferation. And those are parts that are found in iPhones, in game consoles. So ultimately, we are going to see, as the private sector, a volume of those parts, which is going to put more pressure on export control bodies, but also more pressure on the private sector. So that's the first key point that I wanted to raise, advances in tech. The second point as well that I think is worth raising here is the disbandment of the panel 1718. We know that earlier this year, of course, this has been disbanded, and we will no longer have, as risk practitioners, access to this goldmine of information that the UN panel of expert reports has been. And I think this is going to have a key impact on the work that we are doing as CPF practitioners. I know, of course, that a multilateral sanctions monitoring team has been set up recently, but the question is, of course, to what extent its legitimacy will be recognized, because ultimately it doesn't have the UN mandate, and we know, it's a strong word, but certainly I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually being challenged by Russia and China. So that's something to look out for. That's something that is clearly going to be an emerging challenge for us, for our community. The third point as well that I want to raise is that of financial inclusion. We now have a new president of the FATF, and I'm sorry, Alberto, I am going to completely butcher the name of Elisa de Anda Madrazo, but she has been very, very clear as to what her mandate was, and it's really, one of them is financial inclusion. And there is, at the moment, a public consultation on the FATF recommendations, which will come to a close early next month. And the idea is to better align those recommendations with financial inclusion measures. And as many of you know, I am an academic as well as a risk practitioner, and I know for a fact that in academia, there's a strong lobby for financial inclusion, really seeking to support NPOs, non-profit organizations. And they really are pushing for the application of the low-risk exemption that the FATF allows. And what they want to do is to really change the wording. At the moment, we are talking of proven risk, i.e. you're able to apply to be exempt if there is proven lower risk. But what they want to change it to is to assessed risk. So this will have repercussions. This will have consequences. So moving forward, the national risk assessment could be used to lighten the burden on compliance for low-risk institutions, of course. Now, I am not certain to what extent this is going to be realistic in relation to the nature of TFS obligations, NPF risk, but it is something to look out for. And I have two more points that I want to make, and then I promise I will pass on to my panelists here. The other point I want to make is in relation to the adoption of AI. You know, you can't go at the moment anywhere and not hear about artificial intelligence, the promise of artificial intelligence. So we know that the adoption of AI is happening across both camps, right? So AI to support WMD export control is something that I'm hearing a lot about, in terms of the translation of technical texts, in terms of the interpretation of complex and fast-changing sanctions rules, in terms of open source data analysis, in terms also of the analysis of visual data. I mean, imagine a world where you can take a picture of a haulage and you know exactly which good is export, is dual use good, what its HS code is. I mean, that would really change our jobs. But we know, and the previous panels done an incredible job at highlighting this, that we have limited data availability. You know, you talked about big data. We know that is a challenge, the data quality. And also, what is the buy-in of our regulators? Our supervisors talk a lot about their own risk-based supervision. But having done some work with challenger banks, I know for a fact that when it comes to innovation, you know, not all supervisors are on board. So again, that'll be another space to look out for. On the other hand, of course, we know that criminals are adopting offensive AI. So in our world, we're seeing it a lot with scams. But what does it mean for PF? It'll be interesting because, of course, you've got the adoption of large language models. You've got the adoption of Worm GPT, which is the non-ethical chat GPT, where you're setting up scripts, you know, for pig butchering scams, your development of websites for fake gambling organizations, the use of deepfake. I spoke about the use of deepfake yesterday in relation to North Korean typologies. So this will no doubt have an impact on, you know, our world as PF risk practitioners. And then finally, and this is a point that Michael made in the previous panel, we are unfortunately living in a world with greater and greater and greater conflict. And with that will come greater pressure on the private sector. So this concludes what I feel are the emerging challenges that we should be looking out for as a community over the next 12 to 18 months.
Thank you very much, Noemi. That was very elaborate, very clear too. Ahmad, over to you for your thoughts.
Interesting. First of all, I'm really happy to be among the panelists here on stage and to the pool of expertise with you, Dr. Alberto, Mark, and Alexei. So definitely there are many, many emerging challenges that we are going to face, and it's evolving as we speak. From a regulator or let's say a policymaker point of view, I would really stress the importance of keeping up with the international requirements. That's one thing to do, and revising it internally. So definitely the legal legislators, experts who are working in constructing, reconstructing, amending all those laws and regulations on a federal level and a local level, they need to keep up with all those challenges and trends, because the FIs, DNFBPs, and VASP are subject to written documents and to instructions by supervisors. Any default or any challenge in implementing these measures or inspections, those people will get administrative criminal penalties, not because solely from their way of doing things, but it could be a miscommunication. So we want to emphasize the importance of going down to a lower ground where there is an open line of communication between FIs, DNFBPs, and VASP, and the regulators and policymakers. What are happening now is with the spike of Recommendation 15, and the first challenge to all countries is whether you approve of that technology, whether you want to take it into consideration, establish the legal foundation, and then put the rule books in place so that people can register and comply with the regulation. So some countries have sought not to adopt it, and others yes. In our area here in the UAE, we have ESCA that looks at the federal umbrella, and then we have VARA on a Dubai level. Then we have some companies being registered in DFSA and ADGM. So it's a challenge for local registrars, so how they want to allow such companies. So there should be a smooth transition between all those key stakeholders to properly adopt and how to ensure that the registration process, because not all VASPs are subject to compliance with the international standards. Some of them maybe are certain classification, and we have experts on that. And I don't want to go in that route because I've been hearing a lot of evolution happening in that realm, different terminologies now and there. So we need those experts in place. And also we need experts in the prosecution world to understand these emerging trends. Because if I want to put penalties and allow them to raise reports via GoML, they need to understand what are the reasonable grounds to raise that report. So the FIs, DNFBPs, they have those criteria. So in the virtual asset side, we have experts who told us yesterday what to do, but in terms of practice, how can we transition this level of knowledge to an ABC level? You want to go down and educate people how to do it. And then how can we evaluate these information, and then how the prosecutors can understand and take decisions. So that's a challenge, especially when it comes to emerging new technologies from a policymaker point of view. And definitely the TFS matters and elements are subject to a lot of iterations of updates to comply with these, and we're trying to reach out to all experts to come up with certain guidances to allow for a proper compliance and implementation. And that will be a challenge for next round, starting 2025. So all countries are subject to these challenges, and we'll be hearing a lot of ratings going either moderate, low, substantial, high, because the exercise from one country to one country is different. So we need to have that common knowledge and try to understand how we can mitigate all those. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmad. Mark.
Great. I'll try to keep it brief. I think, thinking about the future, I think about it in three different ways. First, think about where we are today. The world, as Naomi mentioned, is more and more complicated than it ever has been. Global relations, global geopolitics is not getting any easier or less complicated. And we find ourselves sort of at the center of it. It's perhaps maybe an effect of the era of globalization that we've just witnessed. Now we're seeing almost kind of a shift as potentially an impact, where more and more borders are connected, but more and more jurisdictions are becoming perhaps a little bit more closed. And so we operating sort of at this, in the global commerce world and in the global financial sector, finding ourselves at this intersection of the complicated global security environment and the regulations and enforcement that's coming down that way. The second thing is we also live in a world that, I call it information chaos. We used to live in a world where there was not enough information to understand and manage risk. Now I think we live in a world where there's too much information, whether it's from the regulatory guidance, but more from media, different media sources, all kinds of data around. So differentiating and trying to find kind of the needle in the haystack in a world of information chaos. And then as a result of the two, we're now kind of seeing a connection or a new marriage between the world of sanctions and the world of trade controls or export controls. And that's a nexus that's increasingly becoming more and more clear, but also more and more complex. I think of sanctions and export controls as having common goals, but they rely on divergent or different tools. They both aim, sanctions and export controls both aim to curb the transfer of resources to sanctioned or restricted parties or persons, but they operate through different mechanisms. Sanctions are more of a blocking mechanisms where it's relying on targeted financial assets and relationships between individuals and entities, where export controls more about the restriction or restricting the trade or the export and import of targeted goods, technologies, or the know-how. And I'd mentioned that, when we talk about export controls now, it's not just, dual-use goods, whatever that means, because dual-use goods is everything, right? I can use this pen to write. I can also use it to stab somebody. And so how do we think about dual-use goods and export controls now? Export controls is listed components, listed goods, listed products, but it's also now listed individuals, listed entities, and very recently we're seeing the dynamic of listed high-risk addresses. And governments have talked about recently this new concept that I was very surprised at reading in a recent US guidance about address screening, which is a new phenomenon, at least in my view. I'm not sure from your perspective, but that's a new expectation that is now put on our plate. And so, thinking about evasion and circumvention, both sanctions and export controls are sort of involved in that same sphere, right? Where whatever network, whether it's sanctioned or export control listed, they're operating through the same means of, the shells, the fronts, the intermediaries, the facilitators, using falsified documents, etc. And so as we operate now in this concept of the marriage between sanctions and export controls or trade controls in a world that is more complicated, in a world of information chaos, how do we avoid this cat and mouse game? How do we avoid going forward the whack-a-mole concept of constantly feeling like we have to play catch up to the guidance, catch up to the networks and the proliferation financing networks that are working around the scope of the controls. And the potential things we could talk about here is, having not just more information, but having the right type of information. Hiring not just more people, but hiring the right type of people. Doing not more training, but doing the right type of training. And thinking about, putting out not just more guidance, but thinking about actual practical guidance based on reality that can help inform the future with the understanding that, this is a very complicated, very complex issue in a world of information chaos. I'll pause for now.
Thank you, Mark. Alexei?
Thank you. I will speak about three things. I can speak about more, but time is limited. First of all, global impact of so-called central bank digital currencies, CBDCs, and rise of crypto economy. Second thing is global identity, and third thing is black boxes. So first of all, we are living in the world of commerce, in the world of competition. And because of the force of competition, if there is something that is profitable, it will be introduced. And if it is introduced in one country and gives them some great advantage in, say, global trade, then all other businesses will run to their governments and will say, we need this, we need it yesterday, we need it also. So just because of this game, central bank digital currencies are inevitable. There is a big illusion in governments. They think that if they introduce CBDCs, then they will see everything. It's an illusion. There are very nice ways to circumvent it and do things in a hidden manner. But as a result of inevitable introduction of big CBDCs, it will be possible to live almost 100% with crypto money, with electronic money. I will not need my bank anymore. And this means that there are much less controls over me, over my activities. And because of this rise of, let's say, virtual worlds, virtual money, it's very important now coming to financial institutions what they can do to mitigate these risks. You desperately need to know who is logging in, who is making transaction. Is it a real person or is it an imposter? And with the rise of artificial intelligence and deepfakes, identification by photo, by video, by voice is not enough anymore. Which means we need some more reliable identification. For example, I live in European Union, so I have my ID card and I have this chip with some digital signature, I would say, which is not bad. It's not a bad infrastructure, but it's just I would say it's finally more or less it's interoperational inside European Union. Maybe, hopefully, probably, I would say. We can at least pray. But if I'm opening an account outside European Union, if you don't have access to this system, if you are not, if you don't have integration with the European network for digital identity, if you don't have reasonable proof that it's really me and not an imposter or the computer talking to you. So, until we solve the problem of global digital identity, there will be so huge loopholes that can be very nicely exploited for proliferation financing. Second, when we speak about these swarms of electronic accounts of virtual money, of computers, not necessarily artificial intelligence, just computer scripts that operate by themselves. The only way to catch them, the only way to analyze them, how to deal with this huge amount of information is we need to use our scripts. We need to use our computers to investigate this. Even setting artificial intelligence aside, we are talking about actually black box. And this black box problem, I have already seen it in practice already for recent years. Because if you want to do any meaningful compliance with the cryptocurrencies, if you need to do so-called screening of crypto addresses, you need to use Know Your Transaction software. As of now, there are just, let's say, 4 reliable softwares on the market: Chainalysis, Elliptic, TRM, and Crystal Blockchain. All 4 of them, despite I know them, respect and love them very much, but formally, legally speaking, they are black boxes. And everybody is just hoping that they do their job properly. Again, for financial institutions, it could be. I use a certain software, I have screened the blockchain address, it says, software says it's okay, fine. If software says it's bad, okay, I will do some other actions, maybe I file a report to FIU. Still, it's not bad. Yet, there is a question. Can I buy some cheaper software? Is it still good? Not good. Who says so? Maybe I have bought some software that has been created by my neighbor computer student. He says it's great because he is second year in, I don't know, in university. He knows everything. And who can tell me that this software is not enough? It's a tricky question. But when we come to law enforcement, the situation is totally different. You can use black boxes as source of intelligence. That's fine. We can do it. For example, I can train a person who knows nothing about blockchain to do Bitcoin investigations in 3 days. And they will be able to use black boxes to do investigations. It is possible. But when you try to turn this intelligence into evidence, when you try to convict me based on some black box findings, when you try to confiscate my money, when you try to freeze, just to freeze my money, because some black box told you so, my defense lawyer will destroy you in a matter of probably 1 hour. And I have seen these cases when law enforcement already bumped into this problem of black box. So now we need to put additional efforts to convert intelligence into evidence, and also to do something to make these black boxes at least verifiable, that we can trust them. I'm working with World Economic Forum just now, exactly on such kind of project. How to make these black boxes, how to say, more standardized, so that law enforcement governments can at least trust them as much as they can. Sorry, so that was the third problem. And finally, aside of black boxes, we are now bumped, I'm afraid, we have already bumped into the limit of what humans can do. For example, when we speak again about cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin investigation is doable. Again, you can train people in very short time to do things with the use of the black box. But the moment you get into slightly more complex objects, and most of transactions now are done not with Bitcoins, but they are done with the so-called tokens, on Ethereum, on Solana, on Tron, on other blockchains. The moment you bump into so-called smart contracts, it's immediately above the money that can be paid by any government, developing countries or also developed countries as well. Because the person who can understand, at least do some programming with smart contracts, they will earn easily. I believe now the median salary is more than 200,000 per year. It's just a person who can be a, say, mid-level Solidity developer. If someone understands both smart contracts and both how finances operate and understand these schemes, his salary or her salary will go even higher. And also, sorry, I worked for government. Government agencies is not a place for creativity, with all due respect, as well as international organizations. I would say that's normal. Large bureaucracies, large corporations, they're conservative. And to deal with these complex objects, you need to be creative, you need to have certain freedom, you need to get bloody expensive tools, and you need to do it on a daily basis. As a result, certain investigations cannot be done by government, just because governments cannot afford these specialists. Same for financial institutions. You don't need to do complex investigations every day. This means that we come to the second generation of trainings, when we train people not to do things by themselves. We just train them as educated users. They understand the problem, they understand what could be done, they can put right questions to the experts, and then when experts do their job, these people can interpret the results and at least use them in some meaningful way. But again, I believe that it's probably a matter of several years that even these expert humans, they will also reach their limits. Even now, a lot of audit of smart contracts is done already by computerized systems. Maybe AI, maybe something else. We are reaching our limit. And then we haven't run to the problem that at least we need to set rules of engagement. How we use these all computer black boxes, AI, how we interpret their results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexei.
Did you want to defend yourself?
Yeah. Allusions to government. We can touch that on the, I have one follow-up question perhaps to each of you, and we can try to keep it under 5 minutes so that we finish in time. There seems to be a common pattern taken from each of your statements, which is we are facing a world in which we need to act quickly, and this is something that was mentioned in the previous panel. We, and especially private sector financial institutions, there's a need to act quickly, to approve transactions quickly, to train people fast so that they know what they're facing, and we cannot let time pass in the face of these challenges. But at the same time, we seem to be facing a world where there's a lot of information available, as Mark put it, increased international regulation, increased international obligations that countries have to adopt, new technologies, push for financial inclusion in the face of new technologies that are challenging that, but also offering opportunities, new payment mechanisms. So my question to each of you would be, and I can do it one by one if you would like, but basically how do we juggle those two terms in each of our areas of expertise? Noemi, I was thinking in your case, so you presented about financial inclusion. Is there a way, you also talked about artificial intelligence, is there a way that artificial intelligence could potentially help in financial inclusion, in the inclusion of financial services and their provision to a wider range of customers? And I was thinking, picking up from previous panels, they mentioned machine learning, they mentioned pattern analysis to approve transactions, maybe in the face of also doing customer due diligence. I don't know if that's something that could help. Happy to hear your thoughts on that.
I think my initial thoughts, it's almost to take a step back. I've been doing a lot of work on financial inclusion over the last 6 to 7 years, and I don't feel we've really advanced that much, to be perfectly honest. I think there's a complete disconnect with what the market is telling us and what the market actually wants. And when I'm talking about the market, it's, the FATF. For instance, there's been like a lot of work being done by the FATF in relation to financial inclusion, unintended consequences. When it comes for it to trickle down to the expectations of supervisors, then the connect is not quite there. Because, as I was talking about earlier on, I really truly believe that a lot of supervisors do not really understand the risk-based approach. And it shows because they're really struggling to apply risk-based supervision. And also, I'm a big advocate and promoter of financial inclusion. I used to live in Mexico. I did a fair bit of work around microfinance. I'm very passionate about this. But ultimately, right now, what benefit are financial institutions getting from such initiatives? So for instance, I was talking to someone who is based in the UK, HSBC, and they were telling me about the advances they've had in relation to accounts that they were opening for women who were survivors of domestic violence. And someone in the room said, great, well, what's the feedback you've had from your supervisor? Other than a tap on the back. So I think before we start exploring all of this, it's almost taking a step back of, are we serious about financial inclusion? I'm not sure I've answered your question, but...
You have offered interesting insights and
thank you.
Gone even beyond what I wanted to ask, so thank you very much for that. Ahmad, maybe from your role in the implementation and enforcement of targeted financial sanctions, you yesterday talked about, there's a training calendar here in the UAE, there's efforts to provide guidance. How do you leverage those efforts to, again, helping the UAE and the companies here to act fast and at the same time manage their risks?
It's a very important element, honestly. So in terms of political commitment, so you have to have everyone having that kind of vision to be in line and how we can have a proper country or proper regulation and a smooth transition with everyone so they can do business. And the reason why we're having this kind of collaboration is to smaller, or let's say to shorter the gap of knowledge. They're good in terms of what they're doing. So let's say the compliance officer, the poor person over there, he has different things to look at. AML, TF matters, PF matters, and the thin line of reporting is very important. The requirements set by regulators is based on their way of doing things for AML CFT, and then you barge them with these requirements. So we have to have a collaborative way of doing things, and that's the reason why we wanted to have a calendar in line. We started this initiative in 2021, and it's been there for the past years to specifically target where are the core issues, what are the lookout for future, and how we can enhance the learning and implementation for different audiences. So we have these kind of consultation with the private sector and public sector. We have specific training for the prosecutors judges, all those lawyers. So, and we tweak those training sessions to cater their requirements and how they can comply, because there are differences between someone who's operating as a hawaladar. So let me bring you this specific topic. We're talking about financial inclusion. It's awesome. Why we're doing that? Because we want to trace all the money in and out, and to help prosecutors to have evidence, because if we don't have these measures in place, we have a cash-based system, and we're trying to avoid the cash-based system as much as possible with having financial system. Proliferators or illicit actors are very smart. They're using the financial system internally or externally, or they're doing contracts in third countries. So depending on the export control regimes, controls that they have, how they're doing it, how they're allowing it, because we have countries that divert these shipments. So it's not necessarily been done in X country. It could be done somewhere, procured somewhere, and then shipped to another location. All of that, we're trying to tailor it slowly. And you know, the most important element with the speed of technology that we have, you have to have a natural learning framework, because we see a lot of activities. We need to keep up with everything, but we need the natural learning curve and mechanism in there, because the understanding, let's say in the government, it takes a while, because you want to raise that matter to all level of stakeholders, bringing all the parties in place to amend certain legislation. And that's the role of the ministers, the decision of the cabinet, and depending on that jurisdiction. However, there are proactive way of doing things. So if we want to touch on the element of the FIU units, they don't have PF elements in recommendation 29. They have everything else but PF. Why is that? Is that a problem that the FATF didn't take it into consideration, or it's a challenge? So there are some challenges with the international standards, and that's the reason why Dr. Naomi have highlighted at the beginning, there are many public consultations. We started this year with recommendation 8 for MPOs, because there are good practices and bad practices. I can't allow an NPO to have customer due diligence. It's going to affect the humanitarian approach. I can't allow certain activity because it's going to hinder that. I need to emphasize and strengthen the framework for recommendation 15, because we're talking about virtual assets. So it's going to take a while, and thankfully there are public consultation to revisit. Also, the important pillar of everything else, recommendation 1, we're talking about risk and context. Is everyone here working and tailoring the requirements according to the risk factors? I don't know. We need the supervisors to conduct inspections and see how they took these outcomes and fixing their internal procedures and processes. When I do business with X country, am I going to look at these factors, or I'm going to neglect because they're paying me big cash? So it's going to look different and weird when the regulators will look about these matters. So yeah, we're keeping that training chain in line, and we're taking the, let's say, the slow, steady, natural course of action to deliver this information. We have many topics, but we don't want to over abuse the knowledge, but we want to take it step by step to ensure that it took the right approach, the right measure, and to comply with it as we are evolving, because you cannot work independently. We have to have collaborative partnership. Without the public-private partnership and their buy-in to our updates and regulations, which also it started or stipulated from their feedback, it will play even a better role in enhancing and reviewing all those frameworks in different fronts. So sorry for taking too much of everyone's time. So if we'll allow extra 5 minutes just to compensate for the other fellow panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Ahmad. I like your point. I found it very relevant about, there's a certain limit to what a person can learn in a certain amount of time, so trainings have to take that into consideration. Either you train specialized people and you know who you're training to make sure that you're not overboarding someone with information, or you take that, or at the same time, at least you take that paced approach to make sure that what you're training can then be assumed by those people, properly learned and then implemented. And that's something that we as implementers of technical assistance have to take into account. Thank you. Mark, perhaps from your experience working both with government but also now in your role at Caron, and juggling all of that public open source information into helping companies and the public sector to understand and mitigate their own risks, how or what are your thoughts regarding that, increasing amount of open source information that has to be taken into consideration? How do you manage to take all of that information into account, find the one that is actually relevant and actionable, and implement it into a risk mitigation, compliance, due diligence system?
Yeah, I think what I try to do is think about risk without trying to come up with, black or white, right? We're trying to understand relationships and understanding how, proliferation financing happens, proliferation procurement happens. You have to step back and take into consideration some of the guidance, the red flags, take into consideration what government has said, take into consideration the training you've received, and think about in practical terms, maybe not so much in the weeds in terms of the items, because sitting on the other side, you almost never get to see what item is in a transaction when you're reviewing hundreds, if not thousands of transactions on a daily basis. But thinking about relationships, right? Thinking about how individuals, entities that present risk to my institutions potentially work, evolve, and operate. I hate to disagree, but I will disagree on one point, which is I do think that there is innovation that happens in government. But there's also innovation that happens in the private sector. And so the two have to be together because, as Colin from HSBC mentioned in the last panel, if you think that the cost of sanctions compliance is high, wait till you see the cost of non-compliance, right? And at the end of the day, good compliance is good business, right? You can't have a good business without having good compliance measures. And there will be no need for compliance if there was no business. So good compliance is good business. How to do the compliance and how to do the innovation and how to do your risk assessment and how to do your due diligence and your KYC when you're bombarded with thousands and thousands of transactions, right? And your people are tasked on a daily basis with having to go through these transactions as effectively and efficiently as possible. That's the challenge that's for private industry, but also for the public sector to really work together on. And the challenges are not just, for resourcing on the private sector. I'd say, the government also has its own challenges in resourcing. I love to tell this story. I started out my career at the Treasury Department, right? And I worked, this is months after the 2001 attacks. And I started out, working on sanctions, and I was at the time in 2002 the only Arabic speaker in the US Department of the Treasury. The only Arabic speaker in the Department of Treasury. And I worked on Cuba sanctions. And at the end of my position, I was leaving, and the head of OFAC had my resume. I was brought in as an intern to work on Cuba sanctions, and he looked at my resume, said, "Thank you for working here." And he stopped and said, "You speak Arabic?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "And you've been working on Cuba sanctions?" I said, "Yes, sir." He said, "Does that make sense?" I said, "I don't know. This is what they told me to do." And so there's inefficiencies everywhere. There's resource misplacement, resource misalignment everywhere, government and private sector. The future is not just more of the same, but it's the right type of the solution that we need to get from, just doing compliance and just doing business to doing good compliance, doing good risk assessment that leads to good business.
Thank you very much, Mark. Oleksiy, perhaps picking from your presentation, from your thoughts earlier, would you see a point yesterday you mentioned virtual assets are here to stay. We have to face that reality. You also mentioned they're quicker, they're cheaper to use. That plays obviously a role in sanctions evasion, illicit finance, but do you see a point in the velocity of those virtual assets, the fact that they can actually be traced on the blockchain? Do you think that there's a point in them being actually useful to tackle financial crime, to juggle that, that information that is available through those transactions?
Yes, absolutely. Again, from business point of view, it's already here. We cannot escape it, and transactions are already done. So the best way is to know how to deal with them. And yes, there are many ways for financial institutions, for governments to trace cryptocurrencies, to put safeguards, to monitor, to detect some irregularities. But again, in doing this, we already have to rely on computer black boxes. So I would say, especially with the rise of technologies, we have to use technologies, but both governments and financial sector compliance have to rely on certain tech, on certain, let's say, private vendors. So we're coming to the idea when certain functions are delegated, shifted, or at least partially outsourced to private. And we come to the idea of private-public partnerships, and especially what is important, rules of engagement and standardization of solutions. Can we use this? Can we not use this? And how we can use it?
Thank you very much. We're almost done with the panel, but I would hate to close without offering each of you the chance to give away one key takeaway maybe for our audience to take into consideration in the next few days, months, when they reflect about what has been discussed here over these 2 days. So, would you like to start? We can follow the same order, and then we can conclude.
Of course. I think for me, very briefly, the last points I would like to make, not necessarily pertinent to this panel, but to the last 2 days. I think those kind of events are absolutely brilliant because it really gives us the opportunity to discuss the challenges, to discuss observed practices. And I particularly enjoyed the previous 2 panels where really we were able to have a good in-depth understanding of what implementation looks like and where it's difficult and where actually best practice can be shared.
Thank you. Ahmad.
Probably I will highlight and summarize. I would say for a better tomorrow, we need to continue and have that sustainability learning curve, both public and private sector, to have better economy, better future for everyone, our families, friends, and kids. So we need to work hand in hand to keep up this great work and for our best and better future, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And I'll pick up very briefly on what Ahmed just said, to work for a better and safer tomorrow, think about how we can surface the high risk activity as it relates to proliferation financing, even in our existing environments, sanction screening, AML environments, etc., to ensure we're doing, our due diligence and risk assessments the right way, reducing noise, minimizing false positives, and creating more and more efficiencies in the system so that our subject matter experts are spending their time on the right thing in terms of looking at the suspicious transactions, the suspicious activities, and ensuring, again, as you said, a better, safer tomorrow.
Thanks, Mark. Oleksiy.
Final comment. Actually, I realize that I am an old person. I started working for government, and our only possible document was something on paper with the seal and stamp, nothing else. But it took probably a good 15 or 20 years for internet, for emails to become our everything. Cryptocurrencies, okay, it took cryptocurrencies slightly around 10 years to become a mainstream from zero. AI became a mainstream just in 2 years. And it's not the end. And the time is really compressing. Every new development takes less and less time, which means for us, I'm not even talking just for us as compliance professionals, law enforcement, governments, for us as humans to survive, we need to be flexible, to evolve, and to learn like crazy. Because if we do not learn, if we do not evolve, we will just extinct.
Thank you very much, Alexei. I would like to conclude thanking each and one of you for this wonderful panel, Alexei, Mark, Ahmed, Noemi, and of course thank you to the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation for having us. It has been a pleasure, and I believe it is time for the Executive Office to take over, so we're happy to leave the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the great panel discussion. Now I'd like to welcome on the stage Mr. Saeed Al-Mahrazi, the Deputy Director of the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation, for his closing remarks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
May the peace and blessings of Allah be upon you. I would not call it closing remarks because it's not a closing in my view. It is just one step on this path for us together as public and private sectors, not only to put controls and rules, but to continue working on these challenges and facing these common challenges that we have. The idea, of course, is to limit the movement of smugglers, of criminals, and making use of these financial and economic facilities that are offered by our country, the United Arab Emirates, so that we prevent them from using these resources for proliferation financing and for proliferation in general. The idea is also to enhance the pioneering role of the UAE in the region as when it comes to compliance with UN Security Council resolutions or international treaties. This is to contribute to reinforcing international peace and security. Therefore, the UAE is engaged is fully committed, to implement the policies and the rules and procedures of the United Nations. If we look at the location of the United Arab Emirates, we are considered a large regional financial hub. And our geographic location means that we have a very active role in the supply chain through our ports and airports. Taking into consideration the regional circumstances around the UAE, that is why the main common point in this summit that we were able to agree on is the importance of collaboration between the public and the private sector. I think this is the real magic recipe that can truly limit the appearance of these phenomena and this abuse or misuse of our financial capacities in the UAE. This can only be done through effective cooperation and coordination, and to draft these rules together and keep updating them. As we heard, challenges change with time, they change depending on technology. That is why we must be ready to face any new challenges. The second point is related to the exchange of information. Exchange of information is a very effective tool to combat crime. But there is a very important condition here, and that is for the exchange of information to be timely. One piece of information may be very valuable now, but in 1 or 2 hours it may cease to be valuable. That is why taking the right measure at the right time is a key to success. A third point is developing a human capacity. Developing human capacity is very important, and the EOCN, as part of the federal system, in cooperation with our other partners in the government of the UAE, has the responsibility to spread awareness, to organize workshops such as this one. We hope that all the participants can give us their feedback on this event. In any point, anything that we can use to further develop and enhance these workshops. This may also be based on outputs from the private sector that has expertise. We heard about technology and AI in this summit as well. We hope that these tools will aid us further in our work. Before I conclude, I would like to thank everyone who contributed to the success of this summit, be it the experts through their presentations. We are very grateful to them because they had to travel from their countries to come to the UAE. We really appreciate that, and they shared with us their experience, and that is very valuable. We also thank all the participants from the public and the private sector who came to this summit or participated into the summit, either physically or online. We need to also thank the management of the hotel to guarantee the success of this event. We also thank the technicians who helped us in facilitating the process. We should not also forget the interpreters. Thank you for helping us bring the message in the right way and making sure that everybody can benefit from the information. On behalf of the presidency of the EOCN, I would like to thank all those members from the EOCN who contributed to this summit, from the TFS department, from the Government Communication Department. I would like to thank you as well. I hope that you all benefited from this summit, and hopefully we will remain in communication and contact. We welcome your feedback, as I said. Thank you. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your closing remarks. Now I'd like to call Mr. Ahmed Al-Falasi on the stage to present our speakers with their certificates. I will call the speakers one by one to take a picture with their certificate with the Deputy Director and Mr. Ahmed Al-Falasi. So firstly, I'd like to call Mr. Alberto on the stage. I'd like to call Mr. Mark Nakhla. Mr. Oleski Feschenko, please. Mr. Michael Wong. Mr. Colin Lobo. Mr. Christos Christo. Dr. Naomi Tong. Mr. Ashish Rajesh. Mr. Ahmed Imran. Mr. Michael Wells. Thank you, Your Excellency and Ahmed. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Executive Office for Control and Non-Proliferation, we hope you enjoyed the session, and this concludes our summit. Feel free to have lunch just outside on the left. Thank you everyone for attending.